and co-host joining us now. Will, great to see you and great to have you here this morning. How much damage will this do, lifting this Title 42 policy?
Let's put it into context, Sandra, because there's a ton of numbers coming at us. And to me, the number that Joe quoted at the beginning, that if Title 42 is lifted, we can expect 18,000 border crossings a day. Still just a number. So let's see if we can put some color on that number. Over a month's period of time, that's 500,000 illegal border crossings. That's the United States of America importing a city the size of Kansas City every month, or Atlanta, or Albuquerque, every single month. And then ask yourself this: if you are expanding your population by the size of Kansas City or Milwaukee every single month, what's inside of that city? Well, we're starting with crossing illegally is a criminal act, but you're going to import even yet more crime. Look, Kansas City has a murder rate in 2021 of 244 murders, Atlanta 158, Milwaukee County on pace in 2022 for 300. So this is what we are asking for. And quite honestly, the numbers would be much higher because you're starting already with an illegal act. And then ask yourself what can hide within a city the size of Milwaukee coming in every month. And then you get to Bill Melugio's report. Then you get to Tom Homan. 23 terrorists that we know of in 2021 crossing illegally. This is what we're asking for. And Sandra, before we move on, can I just say, this is where the conversation needs to go in my mind. Does this represent an... I'm using that word very specifically because here's the real issue. The Biden administration will do nothing about illegal immigration, and we know that. Can states like Texas and Arizona take over the process of securing our border? They can't, as long as it's the supremacy clause of the Constitution. But if it represents an invasion, and this is where the criminal cartels come in, are they invading our borders? The criminal cartels. Then you have power under Article 1, Section 10 for Governor Greg Abbott or Ducey or any other southern border governor to begin to do what the federal government is to keep an invasion of a city the size of Atlanta, not Metro, Atlanta, coming in every month.
Well, what we can say with certainty is that there's a growing pressure from the president's own party to do something about this. You just heard from Henry and others. So we will see which way the president continues to see that pressure from Democrats. Meanwhile, to the point about that policy being lifted that was intended to address COVID, this, Will, President Biden's new coronavirus was saying that lockdowns are no longer necessary to stop the spread of COVID-19. Listen.
We are at a point in this pandemic, Mike, you can gather safely. Make sure people are vaccinated, make sure you have testing, improve ventilation. These are the strategies we have learned over the last 2 years. And if we implement them, do I think it's safe for people to gather together indoors? Absolutely.
And a Wall Street Journal puts it like this: officials adopt new message on COVID-19 behaviors. It's your call. But that's not the case in Philadelphia. The city revived its mask mandate. As case numbers there go up, it's several businesses and some private citizens are now suing over that mandate. Will, is it possible that the science is changing or has changed this much?
No, the facts haven't changed. The science has changed, has not changed. The politics have changed, and yet there's some that are unwilling to give up their addiction. You know, I think illegal immigration is obviously a story about crime. I think COVID is a story about addiction. We know that it has caused record spikes in addiction, but the addiction I'm talking about, Sandra, comes in this form. It's the addiction of certain public officials to the power they gained over the last 2 years in Philadelphia. It's an addiction to the, quite honestly, virtue signaling and virtue separation of those who think vaccination or masks makes you a better person than people that make different choices. And it's an addiction to safety over freedom. There are some who truly have given in to fear over the last 2 years of a virus, by the way, that is becoming less lethal as we go along, mutating into a more benign form of itself. So we're addicted to fear, we're addicted to power, and we're addicted to being better than each other.
Interesting. We'll see what direction it goes. A lot of things are changing even here in New York City. The status is changing. We're going to watch how it's handled all over the country. Will King, great to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, another Democratic-led state goes all in on gender identity teaching for young children. How parents in Massachusetts are fighting back against the woke agenda. Plus this.
I think what you're really seeing is the Russians are trying to demonstrate that there is no safe haven in Ukraine. What you're really seeing is they're going to say there is no safe place.
The first civilians killed in a rare attack in the western city of Lviv, a safe haven for refugees, as Zelensky calls out President Biden, saying he should come to Ukraine. Chris Jenkins is live on the ground in that country with the very latest from there, and retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel James Carafano will be in focus next.
No one deserves the American dream of home ownership more than veterans. At New Day, you can buy a home with no down payment, and rates are still near the lowest in history. Already own a home and need cash? With the New Day 100 loan, you can get up to $60,000 or more and lower your payment $615 a month. No bank, no lender, no one knows veterans like New Day USA. Call 1-866-794-8670. Make the wait a visual escape with custom deep sea signage. Fast signs, make your statement.
You think the kids are having this much fun?
Oh, yeah, I think they're having a blast.
About 11 years ago, I went from being the mom that I wanted to be being a burden, but with balance of nature. I could finally go outside and play soccer with my kids. You know, for the first time, I was laughing again. It put the sparkle back in my eye. And so I thank balance of nature for bringing the joy back into my life.
With balance of nature, my energy levels picked up. Even with not a lot of sleep, I could function and be the mom I needed to be for my son. So I would recommend it to anyone, but I would 1,000,000% recommend balance of nature to moms. I just want every mom to feel like they can be the mom that they want to be.
Having good health, being able to spend quality time with your family, do all the extras that you only dreamed that you would ever be able to do again, yeah, it means everything. And Balance of Nature does that.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and don't forget to use discount code Fox News.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement,
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-515-4100. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
I see what everybody's seeing, asking myself what the hell is going on. In 2020, Los Angeles County voters elected Luna Tiffany the county's top prosecutor.
This is a full 3 months of food without needing any refrigeration or special storage. You're looking at our long-awaited 3-month survival food kit.
See these plastic totes right here? Well, I'm going to show you something.
Hello, IT Pros, and welcome back to my IT workshop. So in this video, we're going to check out what's going on with this laptop, which is making 5 beeps. And this is at the Dell Latitude 3532. This laptop is actually working with no problems, but I have removed some components of the motherboard to recreate this problem. So as you can see here, I have removed the battery, and I'm going to connect it directly to the power supply. So I'm going to open the laptop, and I'm going to press the power button to see what happens.
On Tax and Quiz. Watch as Jesse's team hits the streets to find out how much people
here
really tax day on the must-see Jesse Waters Prime Time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's beeping 5 times, then it stops, then it starts to do it again. And this error is due to the fact that something is going on with the CMOS battery. The CMOS battery is the one in charge of storing the passwords for the BIOS, the time. I'll show you here the lights. It's the power lights working, and storing the configuration, the BIOS as well. So if that's not working, we have a problem. So now we don't have anything else to do on if we're here, I mean, we cannot access. There is nothing on the screen. It's not showing, not even the Dell logo. So I'm going to disconnect it from the power, and I'm going to turn it over, and I'm going to get access to part of the circuit. So for that, I'm going to use my Phillips screwdriver. I'm going to remove these two screws that this model has. Depending on what Dell model you have, this might be more or less difficult, right? Here we have the SSD, the RAM, and as you can see, the CMOS battery is not present because, as I mentioned, I have removed it myself. So the other
I posted him on Cuddly, and a bunch of amazing people donated towards his physical therapy. Now he's in a home where he can live a happy and healthy life. Save the dog just like Felix at cuddly.com.
Explosions rocking Lviv today in a rare and deadly attack in the western Ukrainian city, which has become a crossroads for millions of refugees. At least 7 people were killed in Russian missile strikes as Ukraine braces for a major Russian offensive in the east. Meantime, the besieged southern port of Mariupol still refusing Russia's surrender and die with a last pocket of resistance holding out inside a steel plant.
The situation in Mariupol remains as severe as possible, just inhuman. This is what the Russian Federation deliberately did. I want to be heard clearly right now. There has not been a single day since the blockade of Mariupol that we have not sought a solution, military or diplomatic, anything to save people. But finding this solution is extremely difficult.
As Ukrainian President Zelensky on Saturday is live in Kyiv, Ukraine for us at this hour. Hi, Brett.
Hi, Sandra. We've got some news on the situation in Mariupol, but first, those strikes in Lviv. That city has been mostly spared from the fighting. The last time the missile hit that city, President Biden was in Poland, but now, Monday morning, 4 missiles, as you mentioned, hitting there, at least 7 dead with 11 injured. We're hearing now for the first time from the mayor of Lviv, Andriy Shadadoo. Here's a little bit of what he said condemning those attacks. Watch.
Before the Russian aggression army, there was a decision to facilities from within the limits of the city of Lviv. 200,000 Ukrainians are finding temporary protection here in Lviv. Over 100 embassies moved to Lviv, and the enemy knows it very well. Their objective is to intimidate.
And Sandra, we're learning among the injured, according to the Lviv region, a 3-year-old boy has serious injuries to one of his hands, and those numbers could rise as we get through the rubble. Meanwhile, we are in a dire situation in Mariupol after that surrender died ultimately. Some 2,000 Ukrainian fighters dug in for a fight bunkered in that steel plant surrounded by Russian forces, but Ukraine's prime minister says they will not yield.
City still is not fallen. There is still our military forces, our soldiers, so they will fight till the end.
And this is the breaking news. We're just officials, our sources here, our Ukrainian producers, that Ukraine has made a video and released it here in Ukraine of Viktor Medvedchuk. He is the Russian-friendly Ukrainian led house arrest, was arrested last week in Ukrainian custody. They're making this video in which Medvedchuk is offering to trade him for those Ukrainian forces trapped in Mariupol, along with the residents who have not. The video of Medvedchuk speaking, making an appeal directly to President Putin. We're going to continue to follow that if there's any news on that front. Meanwhile, just finally, Sandra, here in Kyiv, this city also not spared from strikes over the weekend, hitting in the area, killing at least 1 person. They're here saying, if you fled before the war, please stay away because it's still not safe to come back. Sandra?
Griff Jenkins reporting from Kyiv for us. Griff, thank you.
Do you want President Biden to come here?
Yes. It's his decision, of course, and about the safety situation, it depends. I mean, but I think he's the leader of the United States.
And that's why he should come here to see.
So that was Ukrainian President Zelensky urging President Biden to visit the war-torn country a week after UK met with him in Kyiv and walked the streets there. And just days after the White House said the president has no plans to go there. Meantime, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy telling Fox News Sunday that Russia may not have at all if President Biden had sent arms sooner. Listen.
Ukraine was craving the ability to defend themselves. Had we moved the weapons to Ukraine earlier, that they could defend themselves, it would have been probably the decision of Putin not to enter.
Let's bring it to Army Lieutenant Colonel James Carafano, Vice President of National Security and Foreign Policy at the Heritage Foundation. Great to have you here, sir. Do you agree with that? That's a pretty strong statement. Kevin McCarthy there, that had we acted sooner and sent arms sooner, that this invasion may never have taken place?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely pretty clear. If we had, it's not just the United States, but if the U.S. and its European allies had done a year ago now, loaded up Ukraine with food and medical supplies and built them up with weapons and put enormous pressure on the Russians, forced Putin to look at his war plans and realize that it wasn't the pushover we thought it was. Remember, the reason why we got where we are is Putin thought in 3 days he could take the entire country down and occupy it, and then everybody else would just. And that kind of effort would have asked him to reconsider that this was a low risk operation, which I believe Putin actually thought it was when he kicked it off.
You know, Colonel, this is the Austrian leader, Vladimir Putin. He said this yesterday about the Russian perspective on this war in Ukraine. Listen.
Well, I think he believes he is winning the war. Well, I think he is now in his own war logic. You know, he thinks the war is necessary for guarantees for the Russian Federation. He is now in his world, but I think he knows what is going on now in Ukraine.
Dig into that. Have you ever had any doubt that he hasn't understood fully what is happening around there in Ukraine with his troops, that he believes that this is necessary and that he believes that he is winning?
It's very clear he didn't have a going in of what his forces could do and what the Ukrainians and an appreciation for Western response. But, you know, to be fair, a lot of people made those same mistakes. Look, I mean, it's very clear he's still committed to the war and that he still has enough situation. It's very clear that Putin's really following kind of a triple threat strategy. And it's obvious he's not going to take over the country. I'm sure he knows that. But he wants to end this war, and I end this war on the strongest terms possible. And what we do to put pressure on the Ukrainians and to demonstrate to the Russian people that you're still the strong guy. One is you can hammer Ukrainian cities and kill innocent people because you're people and get them to want to quit. The second thing is you to show military success on the battlefield, real tangible benefits like taking Mariupol, uniting the two pieces of occupied Ukraine. That's a big win. Maybe. And then the third is the one we really don't talk about very much because it makes us the most. Is the Russians have taken hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian citizens and forcibly repatriated them to Russia. That is a huge bargaining chip at the table. I think he's really relying on to put him into a strong position to end the war on his terms.
Meanwhile, huge questions about how long this will last. And you obviously heard from Zelensky himself over the weekend in that interview, he's saying and committing to very end. Here was Senator Chris Coons over the weekend on this a critical moment. Watch.
I deeply worry that what's going to happen next is that we will see Ukraine turn into Syria. The Americans turn away from this tragedy in Ukraine. I think the history of the 21st century turns on how fiercely we defend freedom in Ukraine, and that Putin will only stop when we stop him.
Colonel, do you have similar fears?
Well, that would be a strategic loss for Western Europe and a festering sore, much like in the way Syria continues to threaten to destabilize the rest of the Middle East. It would even be way worse with Ukraine because Ukraine is in a much more critically strategic position. So there's a couple of pieces to that. One is you have to continue to support the Ukrainians so they can fight and hold the ground, not just now, but in the long term. You have to have some way to rebuild Ukraine, because if you can't, then it just becomes Syria. And then you have to deal with the issues of protecting NATO interests long term and deterring Putin from trying this adventurism. And that is both on the energy front. We have to be energy independent of Putin. America has to be literally a global dominant energy power. And militarily, we have to have enough forward deployed forces in NATO, not just as a tripwire and say, hey, we'll fight you like the Ukrainians did if you attack us, but enough forces forward deployed to say, if you guys cross that blue line, you all die.
Colonel, I want to move on to North Korea real quickly though. Do you want to see President Biden visit Ukraine?
Look, Russia pays attention to what we do, not what we say and the photo ops we take. So what we accomplish on the ground is way, way more important.
Okay, got it. There is also North Korea I want to ask you about, which said yesterday it test fired a new type of missile over the weekend. Its 13th test this year. The U.S. Special Envoy for North Korea says Washington and South Korea agree on the need for a strong response. How would you like us, the United States, to respond?
Well, what a lot of this is, most Americans probably aren't paying attention to, because I always think the North Koreans are talking to us. The South Koreans just had a very important election. They elected a conservative government, which is going to be much tougher on the North Koreans. So the most important thing is that the United States, Japan, and South Korea together present a strong face of deterrence to North Korea. That has to happen, because that is the fire break. That is what keeps this thing from ever potentially escalating out of control. And right now we have, I think, a great government in Japan. We have a stronger partner in South Korea. The United States needs to step up, because potentially there is a strong conventional and strategic deterrence that will cause North Korea to think twice. While we have all these other problems going on in the world, the last thing we need is North Korea spinning out of control.
Lieutenant Colonel James Carafano, appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
All right, parents in another Democratic-led state fighting back against wacky and false gender identities in schools. Plus, Democrats look to be in real trouble, it appears, and even the liberal media is now admitting they are going to need to make some big changes to avoid a red wave coming in November.
If you believe these irresponsible policies are wrong, you want a new direction, you want to hold this administration accountable, I believe join with us, and we can hold this administration accountable and make the next century the American century.
When my teeth started to deteriorate, I stopped hanging out socially. It was an easy decision, clear choice.
The health of our teeth plays a significant role in our overall health. Chantal was suffering, and we have to put an end to that. The absolute best way to do that was through dental implants.
Clear Choice dental implants changed everything. My digestive health is much better now. I feel energetic. The person that I've always been is showing up to the party again.
I'm Jack. I was a rodeo cowboy. That's how I made a living and raised my family for 25 years. I was really weak, and I couldn't do a sit-up. I couldn't hardly get around. And a friend of mine told me about balance of nature, and he said, don't be, naive enough not to try it. It can't hurt you, and I know it will make you feel better. And I'm old school. That's what we've been taught. Fruits and vegetables, the things you got to have, and taking the balance of nature just started making me strong. Every day it was better. I've taken balance of nature now for 15 years, and I think everybody should take it. The balance of nature is a big part of keeping me going.
Start your journey with the best fruit and vegetable product on the market right now. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. Shipping is always free, and don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Even the toughest spills are no match for the world's best vehicle protection. Laser-measured WeatherTech floor liners. Discover all the ways to keep your vehicle looking like new at WeatherTech.com. Proudly made in America.
You're a one-man stitchwork master, but your staffing plan needs to go up a size. You need to hire. Indeed instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Tony here from CreditRepair.com. What are you doing to improve your credit? Do I need to improve my credit?
That's a difference of 30 points could save you $60,000 or more over the course of your home loan. Go to creditrepair.com.
Why do people who live with generalized myasthenia gravis want a new treatment option?
Because we want to be able to get up and get ready for work.
Because the animals need to be cared for, and we like taking care of them.
Because we want to go out to dinner with our friends.
Because in family photos, we want to be able to smile.
A new FDA-approved treatment for adults with generalized myasthenia gravis could help them do more of the daily activities they care about. To learn more, go to now4gmg.com and talk to your neurologist.
Guess who is losing weight and getting healthy with Nutrisystem? Everybody. Teachers, healthcare workers, even airline pilots. Because it's perfect when you're home or on the go. Nutrisystem is backed by science, adapts to your lifestyle, and is simple to follow. With easy prep, cleanup, and meal planning. Simply customize your order to what you like to eat from over 160 menu items.
Within a few days of placing my order, everything showed up on my doorstep. It was all there and ready for me. The meals are labeled, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and snack. You know exactly what you're going to eat each day. It's one less thing to stress over.
Get started today and receive a full month of our delicious ProSync high-protein shakes that control hunger for 3 hours.
I lost 40 pounds.
I lost 67 pounds.
And guess who could be next? You!
Go online or call 888-494-THIN to get started and receive a full month of ProSync shakes to control hunger for up to 3 hours.
When high quality is the only quality that matters, we fit your standards with no compromise quality and a lifetime guarantee. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, the itching, the burning.
The stinging, my skin was no longer mine.
Emerge Tremfyant. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clear skin at 16 weeks. The majority of people saw 90% clear skin even at 5 years. Tremfya is the first medication of its kind, also approved for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. And it's 6 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
President Biden heading to the key primary state of New Hampshire tomorrow, just a week after he hit Iowa, another crucial state. And some are speculating it's a sign Biden will, in fact, seek re-election. On the Republican side, a shadow primary is gaining steam. A former advisor for Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential run telling the Hill, quote, "The invisible primary is real. I think the anticipation is that President Biden might not run again, or if he does, he'll be really vulnerable. There are a lot of people who are very excited to run in 2024 and are doing everything they can now to be ready. The starting gun goes off after the midterms." President Biden has said he will run again if he is in good health. But Democrats appear increasingly concerned about his vulnerability as his popularity plummets, even the liberal media raising the alarm.
People correctly perceive that he's not in control of the situation. And I think ever since the Afghanistan last summer, voters overall have not had a sense of leadership from the White House, have not had a sense that there's a president in control who is strong and consistent and knows what he's doing and can project, a consistent message from one day or the next. Democrats are facing a very dire situation in November.
How's the economy doing? How are your schools and are your streets safe? And it's that trifecta of issues that's powering the Republican wave this November.
Power panel now, David Avella, GOPAC chairman, and Crystal Knight, former political director for Priorities USA and founding executive director of Emerge Tennessee. Crystal, I'll start with you first. Are Democrats worried?
They absolutely are, and they should be. I mean, I think the president has, he campaigned on a number of issues, student debt cancellation, policing reform. Those are major issues that haven't been tackled. The Build Back Better plan still hasn't passed. And so while infrastructure is a key sticking point for this administration, it might not be enough for the November elections. And so this is something that the president and his team has to refine and really sell to voters why, Democrats deserve 2 more years in Congress and why this administration deserves another 4 years for the presidency.
David, seems like another fair admission that the president is struggling here and his party is is struggling as a result of it.
It's almost like saying the sky is blue. It's so obvious. If Air Force One is going to New Hampshire, it's on a diverted flight because the key battleground congressional districts are in Democratic strongholds like Maryland and Illinois and California, all well brought on by the decisions the president is making. This morning, we heard the president say he wants all U.S. steel for the infrastructure program, when at the very time he's trying to ban fossil fuels and doesn't want domestic production done in energy policy. Americans look at that and say, this guy doesn't have a clue. And it puts every congressional Democrat in peril. In fact, they should be asked, do they want the president to come campaign for them?
It's a good question. Crystal?
Well, I think, many Democrats who are campaigning for reelection or going for their first term in office, they're thinking, is it beneficial to my state, to my race, to have the president coming in and stump for me, depending on what the dynamics are in their respective states and what those issues are. I think there is something to be said for Democrats who are choosing not to have the president come, but not choosing to disassociate with this administration. We know that the president is powerful because he holds the seat, but is it helpful for him to support from a distance? That's the real question that each candidate will have to ask himself or herself when it comes to their election.
Well, you heard that one Democratic strategist as we led into you. How's your economy doing? How are your schools doing? Are you safe in your streets? These are questions that so many Americans are going to ask themselves come the midterm elections. And now parents in Massachusetts are fighting back against a woke school agenda. They are now suing one district, claiming teachers encouraged kids to change their pronouns and names without parental consent. It's just the latest Democratic-led state where the gender identity debate in schools has taken center stage. A Fox News op-ed reading, quote, America's parents aren't woke, but they are awake to gender ideology education plans. It seems there are no lessons learned by Democrats here, David, continuing to push some of these woke policies in America's schools.
If the midterm elections are about the Republican position on education versus the Democratic ideas on schools, then we are going to have voters marking with the enthusiasm of a grammar teacher, marking up students' papers, voting for Republicans this fall. We have a pandemic which has put our students behind in the key areas, science, reading, math, and voters and parents in particular want a emphasis put on making sure students are learning the basics. That's what you have Republicans talking about, and it's why voters ultimately are picking Republicans in school board races across the country, areas we've never won before. We're now winning races, and it's going to go all the way up the ticket.
Chris, I think it's fair to ask whether or not Democrats are really getting a clear view of how this is hurting their party, some of these issues, especially when you see things like this. This is on a critical issue. This is a Boston University professor writing in The Atlantic, quote, this Republican Party is not the party of any group of parents, but the party of white supremacy. Is that helpful?
Well, I don't know that it's helpful, but I think what it is doing is, showing an eye to what is really happening in the education system across this country. Parents on the Republican side of the aisle have really rejected critical race theory, and they rejected it based on the big lie that this is something that's being taught in schools. And so that's what Kendi is really highlighting in his op-ed about white supremacy. People don't want to hear the truth about the ugliness of this country. And so if they don't want to hear about it, how can they figure out a way to, create law, create policy to make sure that children are taught this? And so this will be a future generation of kids who are growing up in this country unaware of the real truth about America. And so that's what the problem is when it comes to education. That's what we're not talking about. We're talking about critical race theory, but really the conversation is people don't want to talk about the truth of what this country has been through.
I just have a few seconds left. David, response?
How do you get education resources into helping kids make up for lost time because of the pandemic? That's the issue in education right now.
Yeah.
And the party that champions that will be the party that is successful.
A lot of big issues to be dealt with, and parental rights is certainly front and center. Some saying it could be the defining issue of the midterm elections. Great to have you both. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, liberal media continue to freak out over Elon Musk's bid to buy Twitter. As he says, it is about shareholder interests as well as free speech. Where this may be going next, plus this.
We all know that crime has gotten worse here in the United States over the last 2 years, and Democrats want to defund the police, and that is clearly not the answer here.
All right, well, Republicans like Congresswoman Mace are not the only ones complaining as crime keeps rising in Democratic-led cities across the country. Wait until you hear what New York City's mayor is saying now about defunding the police. Joe Concha in focus on that next.
If you've been living with heart disease, reducing cholesterol can be hard, even when you're taking statin and being active. But you can do hard. You lived through the blizzard of '96. 12 unappreciative bosses, 17 fad diets, 5 kids, 3 grandkids, 1 heart attack, and 18 passwords that seem to change daily. And now with Lectio, you can lower your cholesterol too. When taken with a statin, Lectio is proven to lower bad cholesterol by over 50% and keep it there with 2 doses a year. Common side effects of Lectio were injection site reaction, joint pain, urinary tract infection, diarrhea, chest cold, pain in legs or arms, and shortness of breath. With Lectio, lowering cholesterol becomes just one more thing life throws your way. Ask your doctor if Lectio is right for you. Lower, longer, Lectio.
Do you know which investment may be poised to double in price? Stocks, real estate, bonds. None of the above. It's silver. With the price this low, if silver just returns to its all-time high, that's over a 100% increase from current levels. Call now for this free report. Record high silver ahead. See which indicators tell us the price of silver may be set to double and why these experts love silver.
If I could only invest in one thing, it'd be silver. It's in short supply. This is one of the greatest investments you could have right now.
If you bought silver in the past, hang on to it. It's going higher.
I love silver. Call Lear Capital now to get your free report. First-time callers also get this free silver mercury dime. And when you call, ask how you can get up to $10,000 in bonus silver with a qualifying purchase. Call 800-885-6880. 800-885-6880. 800-885-6880.
The housing market can be tricky. But don't worry, Redfin updates listings every 5 minutes, and you can take a same-day tour. So I'll see homes first. Yep, check it out. Yes! Yes!
Want to win? Choose Redfin. Veteran homeowners, you made a smart move when you bought your home. Now make another one and turn your equity into cash. With the New Day 100 VA loan, you can take out up to $60,000 or more.
Call 1-888-910-5078.
Veteran homeowners, you deserve more. More cash, more savings, and more financial peace of mind. New Day can help you get it with the New Day 100 VA cash out loan. It lets you borrow up to 100% of your home's value, up to $60,000 or more. And veterans are saving an average of $650 every month. With more ways to help more veteran families, no bank, no lender, no one knows veterans like New Day USA.
1-888-910-5078.
The Biden presidency, that's imploding, and it's about to get much worse. Another massive migrant caravan is headed our way. Texas Governor Greg Abbott weighs in on Hannity.
Are you taking a statin drug to reduce cholesterol? It can also deplete your CoQ10 levels. I recommend considering Qunol CoQ10 along with your statin medication. The brand I trust is Qunol.
Hey, it's me, your dry skin. We go through a lot every day, and loose ceramides my barrier needs to seal in moisture. CeraVe facial moisturizers, developed with dermatologists, continuously deliver 3 essential ceramides to help restore my protective barrier so I can lock in moisture. With CeraVe, we can feel hydrated and look healthy all day. CeraVe facial moisturizing lotions from the #1 dermatologist recommended skincare brand.
The greatest billionaire assault on election integrity we've ever seen. It was a partial takeover of the election system.
You had an entire Democratic Party petrified.
You can look straight in the eye at Mark Zuckerberg. That's what Joe Biden wants.
He's putting money under the guise that he's going to open up the election. That's all crap.
Rigged. Now playing.
It was a rigged election. People have to find out what happened.
A gruesome murder mystery in New York City. Police say they have found the body of a mother of two stuffed in a duffel bag just a few blocks from her home in an upscale part of Queens. Senior correspondent Laura Ingle following that story from our New York City newsroom for us. What are we learning, Laura?
Hi, Sandra. Well, we're now getting reports that the woman who was found in that duffel bag may have been stabbed as many as 60 times. But the work continues as investigators search for answers in the horrific murder and body disposal of Shadadoo Gal. Some of that crime caught on surveillance video. Police releasing this chilling image of a person walking down the street in the Gal's Forest Hill neighborhood early Saturday morning, dragging a bag behind them, which later revealed the remains of the 51-year-old Gal who was last seen Friday night going out with friends. Now, a person walking their dog made the grim discovery Saturday morning around 8 a.m., noticing blood coming from a duffel bag lying on the ground a short distance from the woman's home. Police were able to trace a trail of blood from the bag to the victim's home, where she lived with her husband and two teenage boys. Her husband and 17-year-old son were out of town, and the 13-year-old was reportedly alone in the house on the top floor when police arrived. That son has reportedly been questioned and released. And according to some reports, investigators are also looking into a text message the husband received from his wife's phone saying, quote, "Your whole family is next."
The killer would have to know the husband's actual name, quite likely, because you're not in your spouse's phone as husband. So with the fact also that therefore the victim would likely have to have access to that phone.
Gal and one of her sons had reportedly been missing once before, according to some reports. Deepening this mystery, there have been no arrests and no one named as a suspect or person of interest. We will have more from the scene later this afternoon. Sam.
Laura Ingle on that story for us. Thank you, Laura. We'll see you later on. Meanwhile, New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he agrees with former Police Commissioner Bill Bratton that progressive policies have helped spark the crime surge across this country. And after last week's subway shooting, the mayor, a former cop himself, says violent repeat offenders must be locked up.
Major mistakes made throughout the years that destroyed the trust that the police commissioner is talking about. We have to rebuild that trust, but we can't rebuild that trust by allowing those who are dangerous and that have a repeated history of violence continue to be on our streets.
An op-ed in The Hill puts it this way: subway attack shows once again why anti-police policies put us all at risk. And it's not just here in New York City. Violent crime is soaring in Democratic-led cities coast to coast. Let's bring in Fox News contributor Joe Concha. He's also a media and politics columnist at The Hill. Joe, welcome. Do you believe those that supported some of these policies are now waking up to the impact of them?
Some are, Sandra, but some still are not. We see a letter from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez just over the weekend talking about the danger, she calls it, in adding more transit cops to the subway. This is even 1 week after what we saw in Brooklyn last week. So some politicians are getting it. Eric Adams appears to be getting it finally. But there are those on the left that represent this city, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who think, nope, don't add more police. It's only going to add to the problem.
Considering that is happening, and the New York City mayor says he agrees that we need to do more to show our police that we support them, can that be done at this point?
I wonder, right? Because so much damage has been done already by the previous mayor. Bill de Blasio took $1 billion away from the NYPD in 2020. New York Times headline today, Sandra, quote, "They wanted to roll back tough on crime policies, then violent crime surged, so even they get it as well." The Times points to an alignment between Democratic lawmakers and Black Lives Matter. But now we're seeing recall efforts underway in Los Angeles and San Francisco against district attorneys there, so people are getting it there. But I think the problem now is, and we remember, of course, in Minneapolis and Seattle, they tried to outright abolish the police, and voters rejected that. But right now, it's the Pottery Barn rule, right? That if you break it, you bought it. And you can't put Humpty Dumpty back together, and Democrats own this issue, and they can be as tough as they want on it at this point. They are seen as the party that is softer on crime than Republicans, and that will hurt them severely in November.
And it's going to take a serious admission that these woke policies are indeed leading to this spike in crime. You look at these jumps. Major crimes in New York City have 44% through April 10th. Chicago, it is awful what you see when you wake up on Monday morning, what is happening in that city in a given weekend. Violent crimes in DC up 30%, Los Angeles ticking up as well. So midterm elections quickly approaching. There's a lot of big issues on the minds of American voters. Crime is certainly top of the list for many.
Yeah, we see a poll out today that inflation and crime are the number one and number two most important issues, Ukraine and Russia, number three, right? So all these other woke policies that we heard so much about during the 2020 campaign, it goes back to the bread and butter. Is it more expensive for me to live in this country or in my town? Yes. Is it less safe? Yes, it is. Is it easier to get into this country? Yes, it is, through the border. Then obviously education.
Do I have control over what my kids are learning in the classroom? Exactly. Those are all some of the top issues. I want to move on to this. Because I feel like everywhere you go, people are talking about Elon Musk and what he is going to do next. The guessing game continues. The media meltdown is continuing over Tesla CEO Elon Musk, $43 billion bid for Twitter. He says he wants the social media platform to be a town square for free speech. Here is SNL over the weekend on that.
Elon Musk offered to buy Twitter for over $40 billion so he can loosen its free speech rules. That's how badly white guys want to use the N-word.
Hey, come on, Elon built electric cars. He's going to Mars. Why is he even involving himself with Twitter? It would be like if the Prince of England gave it all up just to marry an actor from Suits.
Joe's not laughing. And it is not just the late night comedians. There's this from a Democratic strategist.
Elon Musk is a danger to Twitter and to freedom of speech. He has been known to say some of the most transphobic and homophobic things to his millions of followers. I think that Elon Musk buying Twitter or creating this quote-unquote arena would be problematic.
Everybody's got their opinion over what he is doing here, what he is not doing. Is it all a game? I don't know. From the very beginning, I was speculating that he was gonna buy it up, only to shut it down and start something else. I don't know, and nobody really does which direction he's going to take this in. But what do you think of the media's coverage of this?
One word comes to mind, Sandra: hyperbolic, right? When you have, say, Max Boot from the Washington Post and CNN saying that democracy is at stake if Elon Musk buys a social media company. And SNL, you're right, I wasn't laughing because I don't get the joke. So now Elon Musk goes from the guy who's saving the planet through the electric car to the second coming of Donald Trump. I've never seen him say anything like remotely racist, but now that's what it comes to. And this show lost me, by the way. 2016, I don't know if you remember this, right after Trump won. The cold open, which is usually the funniest part of the show, you have Kate McKinnon out there dressed as Hillary Clinton, and she sings Hallelujah. And then she looks into the camera and says, "I'm not giving up, and neither should you." I'm like, what the hell am I watching here? This isn't comedy anymore, it's activism.
Elon Musk, though, he has managed to cause a meltdown in the coverage of this. And you just wonder, what is this end game? Does Joe Concha have... What is your speculation on what he does?
I think he's got the dream that we all have, that we have enough money, that if we don't like something, we simply buy it and change it to conform to the way we want it. He's a free speech absolutist. That's what he calls himself. And he sees what's going on in this platform, which is so powerful. Remember, we talked about the Brooklyn shooting just a couple minutes ago. Where was the first place you went to find out news about that? You went to Twitter because you have people on the ground that could serve as journalists on the spot. So I think he sees what happened with Donald Trump. He sees what happened with Hunter Biden. He sees that if you shared a story that said COVID came from a lab, you got locked down or you got censored. He says, you know what? I love this platform. I don't like what's happening to it. I want to save it. And the irony is that his critics are saying that he's the threat to free speech while they actually embrace Twitter's actions to this point. It's quite remarkable.
I've just never been able to get over where he says he does most of his tweeting from.
Where does he? Oh, I'm going to use the power deduction on that one.
You won't be able to forget it once you read it. He tweeted out that most of it is done.
While reading.
The toilet.
Yes.
Just sorry. Not a great way to end the show.
87% of my tweeting is the same thing. Probably too much
Great to have you. Hope you had a great Easter weekend. All right. That is it for us. Thank you very much for joining us here and watching the Faulkner Focus. I will be back at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And Bill Hunter will be in for Don Roberts this afternoon. So come join us on America Reports. Thanks for joining us here on the Faulkner Focus. And for Harris, I'm Sandra Smith. Outnumbered is next.
If you're a veteran homeowner and need money for your family, call New Day USA. As a veteran, you've earned the powerful VA home loan benefit that lets you refinance up to 100% of your home's value. But with home values rising, that can mean a lot more money for you and your family. A New Day VA home loan lets you refinance your homes to pay credit card debt or just put money in the bank. It even lowers your payments by over $600 a month. We all know some of life's most important financial decisions are made right here at the kitchen table. So if you're a veteran and need cash, calling New Day USA can be one of the best decisions you'll ever make.
Call 1-888-530-1266.
Your spirit is stronger than your highs and lows. Your creativity can outshine any bad day because you are greater than your bipolar 1, and you can help take control of your symptoms and ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Once daily Vraylar is proven to treat depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol, weight gain, and high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Sleepiness and stomach issues are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. You are greater than your bipolar 1. Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Guys, think you can eat like this to lose weight? Yes, you can.
In your 20s, in your 30s, you can go out and have a great night, eat a big meal.
Now that you're in your 40s and it's not as easy as it used to be, things change, right?
Nutrisystem has changed the game for men with new premium meals that are 50% bigger and have up to 30 grams of protein.
Bigger portion, tastes great, and lose weight. I'm down 115 pounds, and I feel great.
65 pounds, gone with Nutrisystem for men. The first week, I lost 10 or 12 pounds. Weight loss today currently is 45 pounds.
My energy levels went up as I was losing weight, and I lost 52 pounds.
It was good food that yielded good results on a program that was really simple and easy to follow. And I lost 65 pounds.
Get started now and get a free week of ProSafe shakes that controls hunger for up to 3 hours.
Why wait on losing weight when you can get Nutrisystem now?
Call or go online to get started and get a free week of ProSafe shakes. Controls hunger up to 3 hours.
I was labeled severely handicapped and 100% disabled. The doctors went over a 3-page list of stuff they said I would never do again, that I would never ride a bike or swim. I was pretty upset, pretty depressed for a number of years. With the brain injury, I spent 1.5 years rehabbing on active duty and then another 3.5 years rehabbing at the VA. Through the VA Adaptive Sports, they do what's called a New England Winter Sports Clinic, and one night they introduced sled hockey. I spent like 20 minutes on the ice. I had horrible balance. I was falling over left and right because, who can skate like that? But it was pretty incredible, and I loved it. I went and tried out for the national team 6 months after testing it for the first time. I was really there just to learn, see what else I needed to work on. Making the national team definitely changed me as far as my confidence, my outlook on life. My old house was 3 stories, so crawling to do the laundry, crawling to go up to bed, none of the doors were wheelchair width. This home is incredible because it is totally wheelchair accessible, so every aspect of it I can do for my wheelchair. The cabinets actually pull down to wheelchair height. The stove top lowers to wheelchair height. The doors have automatic door openers. Everything is flush, all the transitions. There's no lips or ridges anywhere. I started training dogs about 9 years ago. Most of the dogs are service dogs, but we also have therapy dogs in our program. We've had 1 graduation so far, and we have 28 dogs in our program right now. And if another vet or anybody gave me a call about Total Towers, I'd absolutely recommend them, knowing that it truly does benefit us and go to good people and make a difference in veterans' lives. It's amazing.
America turns to Fred Bear.
We're following several major stories.
From breaking news around the Beltway to the biggest headlines across the country, Fred gives honest insight and analysis. Don't miss him on Special Report, weeknights on Fox News Channel.
This is Outnumbered. Hello, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno, here with Kennedy, Julie Banderas, Jackie Giandelis, and former Attorney General Bill Barr. Attorney General, it is so wonderful to have you here today. We're so grateful.
Well, thank you, Emily. It's great to be here and join all of you.
All right, let's get to our top story. 3 separate mass shootings over Easter weekend. In Pittsburgh, 2 17-year-old boys were killed in a shooting at a house party where police say most of the people there were underage. At least 8 others were wounded, and authorities are still looking for information on multiple potential shooters. In Hampton County, South Carolina, at least 9 people were shot at a nightclub. Thankfully, no one was killed, and so far, no arrests have been made. Now, that was hours after a horrific mall shooting in South Carolina's capital city, Columbia, where 9 people were shot and at least 5 others were injured as they tried to escape, with victims ranging in age from 14 to 73. Police have arrested 1 suspect, and a judge set bail at $25,000. And get this, the suspect who opened fire in that mall will be free to go to work after posting bond while simply wearing an ankle monitor. Attorney General, I come to you first because how is it defensible for a mass mall shooter to be at this point only charged with unlawful carrying of a pistol and to be out on bond, able to go to work free?
This is the epitome of the problem we have, which is revolving door justice. We've been here before. Crime reached its peak in 1991, and it took tough policies stopping the revolving door, taking the small number of violent predators that are out there and locking them up and make sure they serve their sentence. For 14 years, we had lowering crime, cut in half. In 2014, under Obama, it started going back up again. States have gone back to revolving door justice, and there's no end in sight. This violence will continue to increase until we get serious about fighting crime.
And Kennedy, here in New York City, the police commissioner, Keishant Sewell, has addressed it and said, essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but she said we lost sight of the victims here. But in our focus on criminal justice reform, we're trying to pull out all of the different factors here. Somewhere along the way, however, we lost sight of the victims, and no one will forget that.
And it's not rational criminal justice reform, it's activists, and it's these progressives who have taken the priorities and really turn them upside down. So it's one thing to not want to have so many people incarcerated. We should aim to have a lower incarceration rate in this country. We are an evolved society. We are a self-examining society. We have the ability to get better, more so than any other culture on earth. Having said that, there are bad people who commit crimes, who want to kill people, who have no respect for life. Those are the kind of people who should be locked away for a long time. But instead, what you have the left doing is they're trying to obliterate the Second Amendment, especially for responsible, law-abiding citizens who want to protect themselves and their families. But then people who are committing the worst crimes, killing old people, harming kids. And we see this in every single one of these shootings. There are children, young children, who are shot and killed in the crossfire. And we should be telling their stories. We should be updating their lives. Those are the kind of people who should be put away, not consensual drug users.
And Jackie Kennedy brings up the progressive left, right, and those political policies that have contributed to this. We have a soundbite, we'll play it for you, of Mayor Eric Adams of New York City, who, again, former cop himself, a Democrat, but he confirms and acknowledges the fact that progressive politics have played a role. Let's take a watch.
Major mistakes made throughout the years that destroyed the trust that the police commissioner is talking about. We have to rebuild that trust, but we can't rebuild that trust by allowing those who are dangerous and that have a repeated history of violence continue to be on our streets.
I appreciate that he brings up the fact that progressive politics are a part of this. His hands are tied in some ways. I mean, I'm a person that lives in New York City, walks around, thinks that crime right now, quality of life, that's a #1 issue for people. He wants to do something about it, but as the Attorney General said, it's a revolving door. This is one of the best cities as an example of that. And so you've got DA Alvin Bragg essentially saying we don't want to incarcerate people. And the cycle goes on and on. Now we're going to see a governor's race where maybe somebody will step up and say it's time to remove someone like this district attorney. But then I think back to President Biden. He's making the issue all about guns again, saying we have to get to those guns. We got to get the guns off the street. What about getting the people off the street that misuse the guns? And so, it's a chicken or egg question. You can debate it all day. But certainly when we see what happens on our streets here, I would like to see safer streets, people feeling safer about the city, to be able to get them to come back. They're not going to do that as long as you are having shootings like we saw last week on the subway.
Yeah.
And sorry, go ahead. It's not necessarily an issue specifically about the guns. It's also an issue about the kinds
Have you ever talked about your own personal experience?
I've never really shared it on the air, but during the pandemic, I was coming to work. It was 4 o'clock in the morning doing an early shift. And I was mugged by somebody who clearly was mentally ill, a sick individual that needs help. And that happened to me as I'm trying to be a law-abiding citizen, coming to work, doing what I'm supposed to do. Probably one of the last few people that's here that continues to help support this city, paying taxes, doing my duty as a civilian. And yet I'm risking my life to be able to do that. It's very scary, and it happens every day, just walking home. My head is on a swivel, eyes everywhere, because it's dangerous.
I'm so sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, it's horrible, but it's happened to so many people during the last couple of years.
Attorney General, I hear you saying yes to that. Tell us about your reaction to this administration's focus on ghost guns, that reductive, simple issue that we keep hearing from the left, when clearly it's a multivariable, multi-factored issue that, frankly, however, just centers on the fundamental need for public safety.
Criminals will always get the guns, and the gun violence we see today is not because of the guns, it's because of the people using the guns. And the refusal of this administration and local jurisdictions to get these violent people off the street. People who commit these crimes, the mass shootings, the gratuitous shootings, they're not newbies. Okay, they all have criminal history record. They have a life of crime. They're career criminals, and those are the people that are easily identified. The cops know who they are. And the object is to get them off the street and into prison, and that will reduce crime. We didn't get to half the crime rate in 22 years by running after guns. We did it by putting the career criminals in prison for a long time. People who use the guns. When I left the administration, we were charging 1,000 felons a month, 1,000 a month, and those are people who are using guns in crime. And if we're not willing to put them in prison, why are we chasing after the guns?
That's right. And Julie, that recidivist quality that has been a result of this entire link that has been eroded by the left, right? With prosecutorial discretion being totally changed, totally taken out of their hands, reclassification of crimes from felonies to misdemeanors, removing judicial discretion, lack of deterrence. All of that plays into a factor. And to the Attorney General's point, that's why we are seeing these same people who have been arrested 37 times, triple-digit times. It's not new to us as society, but there's a breakdown, a complete breakdown, the entire chain that has to do with it.
These are the types of stories that make my blood boil. I talk about recidivism all the time. The reason for it is the criminal justice system. It is broken. The bail system in this country is broken. This man actually was arrested back in 2018 for being an accessory to a murder of a 17-year-old. And yet he's back out on the streets, and now he's shot again in a mass shooting in a mall where children could have been killed, and he's now allowed to go to work. He doesn't have that right until he is actually tried in a courtroom and found either guilty or innocent, because he is a risk to society. I also want to quote someone, the sheriff in this case said at a recent conference that we catch people, they serve a little bit of time, they get out, and they get right back doing what they normally do, and that's commit crimes. Why is this still happening, and why are we not changing laws? Just last week in California, a 9-year-old girl was shot multiple times in the arm. What was she doing? Taking pictures with the Easter Bunny. She was shot 3 different times in the arm. Her bone was fractured in her arm from a stray bullet. This is the problem. And why are malls not better secured? Why don't we have at this point, or radar detectors to detect any potential weapons from being brought into these places the same way we see them in airports? There's just no preventative measures being taken, and nobody is taking the blame. And it's about time somebody's held accountable. And I don't see the administration doing anything about it either.
Quick final word at the risk of sort of oversimplifying things. What single greatest factor do we need to have occur? Do we need to call upon the party in power to do to restore public safety?
I think we need pretrial detention for violent people who pose a threat. And I think we need tough sentences on people who commit violent crimes, multiple career repeat offenders. The people who are the victims of the inner city communities. And when they see people right back out on the street, what it does is it deters them from cooperating with the police and pointing out the people who are causing the harm. They want to cooperate. But when these people get out the next day, they're scared. They won't cooperate.
They also need to find a better way to empower police, because police are not able to do their jobs properly to deter these animals from reoffending.
That's absolutely right. All right, guys, just ahead, new concerns about the migrant crisis after Fox News learns nearly 24 people whose names were on the terror watch list crossed our southern border. That's next.
In 2020, Los Angeles County voters elected a lunatic to be the county's top prosecutor. He has deliberately unleashed the most violent criminals in our midst, turned Los Angeles into a third world war zone. This is Los Angeles under George Gascon. People who break the law are celebrating.
Tucker Carlson Originals, Suicide of Los Angeles, streaming now on Fox Nation.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health.
Simply irresistible. Simply irresistible.
Applebee's Irresistible Oats are back. Now starting at $8.99. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Veteran homeowners, need a financial boost? The New Day 100 VA loan lets you borrow up to 100% of your home's value and take out up to $60,000 or more. Give them a call.
Call 1-844-809-1393.
Veteran homeowners, New Day wants to help you use your VA home loan benefit to get more cash, more savings, more peace of mind. The New Day 100 VA loan lets you borrow up to 100% of your home's value, up to $60,000 or more. Veterans are saving an average of $650 every month. With more ways to help more veteran families, no bank, no lender, no one knows veterans like New Day USA.
Call 1-844-809-1393.
United We Pledge has partnered with Balance of Nature to help ensure traditional American freedoms exist for us and for future generations. United We Pledge is raising money to build an American Village West campus that will house replicas of key historic buildings and realistic portrayals of the men and women who helped shape this nation. This village will provide educational experiences for youth and families. To raise funds and bring awareness to this project, world record holding endurance athlete Tom Jones is running 76 consecutive marathons from the original American Village in Alabama to the future home of the American Village West in Washington County, Utah. He will be powered by Balance of Nature fruits and veggies. Balance of Nature is proud to provide fruits and veggies in a Patriot Pack for a limited time to support this effort. A portion of the proceeds from each Patriot Pack will go directly to United We Pledge to help build this project. Use promo code.
I guess there's only one way out. The Skill Power 440 yard equipment. Its advanced lithium battery technology is just as powerful as gas. Ditch the gas, keep the power with Skill.
Exclusively on Fox Nation. It's the show that has America talking. Tucker Carlson Originals. Miss a special sneak peek tonight on Tucker Carlson Tonight.
Non-attorney advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with any form of lung cancer or mesothelioma, You may be entitled to financial compensation, even if you smoke. Your lung cancer or mesothelioma may have been a result of exposure to asbestos, and you may qualify for a cash award from $30 million in trust funds set aside for lung cancer and mesothelioma victims and their families. For decades, those who worked in the Navy, shipyards, mills,
I finally got the stupid printer. I had to get it from Amazon.
industries may have unknowingly
I was going to charge me to send it back.
recently diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, even if your loved one has already passed, call right now. Your family still may be entitled to a cash award without ever having to deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-875-1629.
Hey, it's me, your dry skin. We go through a lot every day, and my barrier needs to seal in moisture. CeraVe facial moisturizers, developed with dermatologists, continuously deliver 3 essential ceramides to help restore my protective barrier so I can lock in moisture. With CeraVe, we can feel hydrated and look healthy all day. CeraVe facial moisturizer, dermatologist recommended skincare brand.
Serious new concerns at our southern border as Fox News learns that nearly 24 known or suspected terrorists were caught trying to cross illegally into the United States. As new Customs and Border Protection data shows, agents encountered more than 221,000 migrants at our southern border last month. That's not only up 24% from a year ago at that time, it's also the highest monthly number in over 20 years. And some officials say those numbers could go 5 times higher next month when the Biden administration ends the Trump-era Title 42 COVID restrictions at the border. Meantime, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says a 6th bus full of illegal immigrants is on its way to the nation's capital. Attorney General, welcome to Biden's America.
Right, we've completely lost control of the border. You know, one of the great accomplishments of the Trump administration was finally getting control of the border, fighting all the courts to do it, but eventually doing that. And now we just don't have no control over the border whatsoever. And when we basically have put out a wanted sign on the border, inviting people to come up, not just from South America, but from all over the world. They're now coming into South America and working their way across our border. I think the terrorists that were caught are just the tip of the iceberg.
That's right. Those were the 20 that we knew about, Julie. And let's focus on New York State for a moment. We've now learned that flights to Westchester have been happening. And of course, the governor had zero to say. She declined to comment on these middle of the night flights. However, the Biden administration, they declined to say why they had stopped and then resumed the flights. But they said that they were being used to, quote, transport unaccompanied minors to vetted sponsors or relatives with whom they will await the outcome of their immigration proceedings. And an ICE source said that, regardless what happens in that county, in this state, that the flights never stopped to other airports around the country this entire time. He said it's like the Energizer Bunny. They kept going and going.
Yeah. They're spreading immigrants around this country the way COVID has been spreading for the last 2 years. First of all, this airplane came from El Paso International Texas Airport, okay? It had a stopover in Jacksonville, Florida, and then it came to Westchester. God only knows how many people got off there. 3 buses awaited them. One of them ended up in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, where 17-year-olds and younger were getting off the bus, being picked up by adults. So this is like a well-orchestrated machine of helping migrants spread across the country. Here in New York taxpayers, hardworking taxpayers, this is a slap in the face. And Governor Hochul is actually being held complicit for this. Why? The recently approved state budget allows for undocumented migrants, as you may know, 65 years or older to apply for state-funded Medicaid benefits here. So in other words, we are inviting them in by giving them incentives instead of deterring them from coming in illegally. And now with Title 42 potentially being dropped, we're also saying, come on in and you don't have to wear a mask and bring your COVID.
That's right. And Kennedy, the Wall Street Journal editorial board, right, essentially, well, if Biden wanted to have a restriction point of view, then his policies are certainly doing that. In fact, more than Donald Trump, more than any other prior administration. And that if he wants to rally public support against pro-immigration, this is exactly how to do it because of those ramifications that Julie just outlined.
Yeah, so it's interesting because they're forcing the pendulum to swing in the opposite direction. And you think the
the encounter numbers are high for last month. Oh, Marcy, just wait till May and June. They're going to be off the charts. And so that's why they're moving people around, so you don't get the optics of people stuck under bridges in the sweltering heat, suffering with their kids for days and days because there aren't enough resources to process the number of people who are coming over. So it has been a disorganized mess, and I don't want to hear one member of Congress complain about it because it is their responsibility to come up with laws that make it so we have a process in place for people, because otherwise it is a free-for-all. And this repulsion of Title 42 is a marketing tool for cartels. So, and they're letting people know, give us $5,000, you can get you in the United States, because they no longer have the policy that will send you back because of a health crisis. So yes, Congress has to act. And if Democrats are in power, if they want more people in, then put the procedures in place to allow more people.
Right, and Jackie, for an administration that professes that this is simply a humanitarian issue, they're certainly ignoring the hold that cartels and coyotes have on people trying to get to the border. There's a horrendous story of a woman who was left hanging on the wall at the southern border by coyotes, and the quote about it was that these cartels, they have this false illusion that they're under their care, that they'll take care of these. At the end of the day, they will absolutely abandon them, to the tune of thousands of people who have died trying to come across the border, but there's crickets from this administration for it.
Well, it shows the double standard, right? In one case, it's a humanitarian crisis. We have to let them come here. In the same token, on the other hand, they can be, subject to dealing with these cartels and coyotes and all the dangers that come with it. For me, it's not only a slap in the face as a taxpayer in New York when I see those videos of people coming here because of the funds that we could be using to fight crime, to be doing so many other things in this city, to be spurring economic activity. Yet now we're supporting illegal immigrants. And I have no problem with legal immigration. I wouldn't be here on this couch if it wasn't for legal immigration. But my parents tell me the stories of how they came to this country, and they had these rigorous health exams, and they had to put up money to show that they were going to be productive members of the society, and they had to, have sponsors and all of these different things. That's, this country is a melting pot, yes, and we support immigration, but you have to do it the right way. You have to do it legally. It's not fair to everybody else to allow this to go on.
Quick final word, Attorney General, what do you expect, or do you have a hypothesis into the result, that 500-page report, the conclusion of the administrative investigation, yes, into the southern border agents on the horses? Is it a negative sign that the length is 500 pages? They've been cleared of criminal wrongdoing, but this is the administrative investigation.
No, I mean, this is the way these internal investigations go nowadays. They write long books about things that anyone watching the television could have seen was not an issue. But we had fixed the problem by wait in Mexico policy.
Mm-hmm.
And once they understood that they wouldn't be able to come to the United States, they would have to wait in Mexico for processing their claim, most of which are bogus claims, they stopped coming up. And this administration self-destructed. It just did away with the practice. The courts have upheld it. They will not apply it. If they just had the Wait in Mexico program implemented again, it would stop the flood of people coming out.
That's right. And lives would be saved, including that one young woman
Right.
who hung on the border. All right, coming up, the president's poll numbers on the border, crime, and inflation are expectedly sinking to new lows. So now the media's got a new talking point, though, to defend it. That's next.
My mental health was much better. My mind was in a good place. But my body was telling a different story.
I felt all people saw were my uncontrolled movements. Some mental health meds can cause
tardive dyskinesia, or TD, and it's unlikely to improve without treatment.
Ingrezza is a prescription medicine to treat adults with TD movements in the face and body. It's the only treatment for TD that's one pill once daily with or without food. Ingrezza 80 milligrams is proven to reduce TD movements in 7 out of 10 people. People taking Ingrezza can stay on their current dose of most mental health meds. Don't take Ingrezza if you're allergic to any of its ingredients. Ingrezza may cause serious side effects, including sleepiness. Don't drive, operate heavy machinery, or do other dangerous activities until you know how Ingrezza affects you. Other serious side effects include potential heart rhythm problems and abnormal movements.
It's nice people focus more on me.
Ask your doctor about Ingrezza, #1 prescribed for TD. Learn how you can pay as little as $0 at Ingrezza.com.
Hi, I'm William Devane. Did you know there's only been 2 times in American history, 2, when the national debt was larger than gross domestic product? World War II and right now. That's a deep hole, and I don't know how we'll climb out of it. That's why I buy gold from Roslyn Capital. Roslyn Capital is a trusted leader in helping people acquire precious metals. Gold bullion, Lady Liberty gold and silver proofs, and premium coins can help you preserve your wealth. Call Roslyn Capital to receive your free Roslyn Guide to Gold, Gold and Precious Metals IRA, and Silver Brochure. With Roslyn, there are no gimmicks, no hassles, and they have fast, reliable shipping. Ask yourself, are you safe? Make gold your new standard.
Call Roslyn Capital today at 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. That's 800-630-8900.
So, are you excited?
I am, but I'm a little nervous. This feels like a big change.
It's not. I have one. People act like they're so hard to take care of or whatever, but it's totally a piece of cake.
Well, that's good to hear.
See how easy that is?
I hope being a mom is that easy.
It's not. Bye now.
Introducing the all-electric Chevy Bolt EUV with standard home outlet installation included. Find new ease. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
My A1C stayed here. They needed to be here.
Ruby's A1C is down with Rybelsus.
My A1C wasn't at goal. Now I'm down with Rybelsus.
Mom's A1C is down with Rybelsus.
Once daily Rybelsus significantly lowered A1C better than a leading branded pill. Rybelsus isn't looking for type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rybelsus if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or had multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Rybelsus and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rybelsus with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
Ask your healthcare provider about Rybelsus today.
Work, bye. Vacation, hi. Book a Priceline, because when you save more, you can no way more.
No way.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way. Priceline. Every trip is the big.
Oddly satisfying feeling. You don't do it yourself.
Welcome back. So the media seems to be having a new talking point these days to defend President Biden. There is just not much the president himself can do, apparently, about the growing list of crises plaguing our country. CNN's John Harwood tweeting the link to his analysis saying, quote, there's just not much Biden can do about it. And an ABC panel seems to share a similar belief.
Democrats are looking at the stack of problems against them. They know that inflation is high. They know gas prices are high.
And Maria, when it comes to inflation, there's not much the president can do about it.
There's not much that he can do about it.
Is there really not so much that the leader of the free world can do about it and the president of the United States? I thought that was his job. I don't know. I've never applied for the job, so I don't know what the job qualifications are, but I'm pretty sure that, you know, being in charge of our economy has something to do with it. President Obama will tell you that it's corporate America's fault. Corporate America will tell you that it's President Obama's fault for these pandemic relief programs. He's pumping too much cash into the economy. Obviously, it's a bit of both, but the president needs to take some accountability here.
Well, absolutely. This reminds me of Jimmy Carter. I mean, it's a replay of Jimmy Carter, who soon got overwhelmed by the problems facing.
Yeah.
Didn't know how to lead the country out of it, and eventually went up to the mountain and blamed it on the American people's malaise. And I think we see the same thing playing out here, but the things are directly under his control. Crime is under the control of the government, and it's going up because of government policies. Immigration is under control. We can't control the border. They've opened the border. Inflation, they've adopted policies that have made it worse. The big spending at the beginning, they finally got control of the checkbook. They wanted to write a big check. They have reduced our energy independence. Energy costs run through everything and cause everything to be priced higher. So every action he has taken has made it worse.
Yeah, Kennedy, I mean, it's not just the economy. He brings up inflation. We talked about crime earlier. The housing market now, which was actually the thing that was doing well during the pandemic was actually the housing market, because everybody wanted to get the heck out of cities like New York City, and homes were booming in prices. And now the interest rate is 5%. So there goes that positive. Are there any, I don't know, is there a ring around any of this? Like, what's the silver lining? There is a silver lining.
I mean,
can you find it?
I would like to see us end the Fed and get over this notion that central banking is going to heal the economy. That clearly is not the case.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen with the Fed is they're going to push interest rates so high with inflation trying to tame it that we are going to wobble into a recession, I think, in shorter order than they're telling us, because they lied and said inflation was transitory. But yes, when you flood the economy with free money, inflation is going to follow. And government spending is a huge component of this, but they don't have the nards to actually meaningfully cut spending, which is so incredibly necessary in this environment. If you want the economy to grow, cut taxes, cut spending, they won't do any of that. And if it's not the president, if nothing is the president's fault, that means the president is not powerful. Therefore, the president's power should be even further constrained. So the executive branch essentially has no effect.
I actually, first of all, love that you brought up NARDs, because, you know, it doesn't seem that there are enough of those in Washington these days, just Emily. No, but in all seriousness, I'm sorry, everybody really enjoyed that, so I had to let that go. But no, as far as, you know, the blame game, okay, so she's talking about how she doesn't believe that the president has enough power. I think 100% that is the problem. I don't think he's making a lot of these decisions.
He has too much power.
Well, I don't know if he actually knows what to do with the power. That's the problem. Because, and I don't believe that he is actually, in fact, making a lot of these decisions. I'm not sure that he knows what's going on, period. I mean, if we watch his news conferences, he certainly doesn't seem to be weighing in.
Right, and I would think, you know, the antidote to incompetent invertebrate policy is some semblance of leadership, of control, of strength in some way. And so the notion that the messaging coming out of the White House and the media is Jesus, take the wheel, is so ineffective, right? Especially not only for the poll or for the ballot in November, but for those few people left in this country that might actually have some faith in our commander-in-chief.
I would like to think that Jesus is a libertarian, so I'm actually okay with
All right. So, I mean, what say you as far as what we're seeing in this country and the lack of accountability?
It's an erosion of the American dream, and it's really sad because not only are people paying more in taxes, not only has their quality of life suffered, but now the inflation acts as this extra tax, right? And so people just feel like they're chasing, you know, running around on the hamster wheel again, when under President Trump for the first time in roughly a decade, they said, my quality of life is actually better. I'm optimistic about the future. They don't feel that way. So the short answer to the question is he can stop spending, but he also realizes there may be a change in the midterms, and so they're going to put their pedal to the metal right now, try to spend as much as they can before they can't actually do it anymore. And that's the problem.
All right. We are going to head to a break now, but coming up, we've got more. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki is trying to justify her comments about our very own Peter Doocy, and the media is giving her a pass. That's next.
No one deserves the American dream of homeownership more than veterans. With the New Day Zero Down Home Purchase Loan, you can buy a home with no down payment, and rates are still near the lowest in history. Already own a home and need cash? The New Day 100 loan can get you up to $60,000 or more and lower your payments by $615 a month. Take 10 minutes right now and make the call, because no one knows veterans like New Day USA. Call 1-866-573-2940.
When you have auto glass damage, trust SafeLink. And one easy appointment, We can replace your windshield and recalibrate your advanced safety system. Great, thanks. Stay safe with SafeLight. Schedule now.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
Bipolar depression. It made me feel trapped in a fog.
This is art inspired by real stories of bipolar depression.
I just couldn't find my way out of it.
While those with bipolar depression can take you to a dark place, Latuda can make a real difference in your symptoms. Latuda was proven to significantly reduce bipolar depression symptoms, and in clinical studies had no substantial impact on weight.
This is where I want to be.
Call your doctor about sudden behavior changes or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Report fever, confusion, stiff or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be life-threatening or permanent. These aren't all the serious side effects.
Now, I'm back where I belong.
Ask your doctor if Latuda is right for you. Pay as little as $0 for your first prescription.
America is reaching a breaking point. The cost of living is up. Gas is up. Everything is expensive, which means the car you own today is likely going to be the car you'll own long after the warranty is expired and your coverage is over. CarShield is standing up for Americans and helping them save money on expensive auto repairs. CarShield has already helped millions of drivers without a manufacturer's warranty save on expensive car repairs. Now that's American strong. Protect your car before your car breaks down with one simple phone call to CarShield.
I want to keep my car on the road as long as possible. The CarShield Administrators helps me do that.
For those who don't have a manufacturer's warranty, a minor repair can be a large expense. CarShield Administrators save me $4,900, so I say that's a pretty good value.
The people have risen and made their voices heard, which is why CarShield offers affordable month-to-month protection plans for everyone. And you'll never have to worry about paying more because CarShield has a price lock guarantee. In times like these, that's a promise you can take to the bank. CarShield helps you avoid a financial crisis when your car breaks down by offering protection plans that can cover your major parts and systems, like the entertainment system, engine, transmission, electrical system, and more. We Americans care about our country, and CarShield cares about keeping us safe and secure.
The transmission went out in my vehicle. Shortly after that, unfortunately, my air conditioner went out. They saved me thousands of dollars. I won't be without CarShield.
CarShield Administrators are there when you need them most with rental car options and emergency services for flat or damaged tires, lockouts, dead batteries, and towing at no additional cost. Our hard-earned money is spread thin, but we can close the gap with a little help. Get the protection your family deserves before your next breakdown and call CarShield now.
Protect yourself from the unprecedented rise in costs for parts and repairs. Call now to save money with your price lock guarantee. Call 800-955-2407. 800-955-2407.
My dental health was not good. I had periodontal disease, and I just didn't feel well. But then I found Clear Choice.
Replacing Marshall's teeth with dental implants at Clear Choice was going to afford that permanent solution.
Clear Choice dental implants gave me the ability to take on the world. I feel so much better, and I think that that is the key.
The media's silence on White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki's attack on Fox News' Peter Doocy is the perfect example of the left double. This is what she said last week.
So we have to talk about Peter Doocy for 1 second.
Sure.
Is he a stupid son of a or does he play a stupid son of a on TV?
He works for a network
Okay.
that provides people with questions that nothing personal to any individual, including Peter Doocy, but might make anyone sound like a stupid son of a.
So where's the backlash? There's been no condemnation from the White House Correspondents Association and crickets from the liberal media, well, except for CNN's Brian Stelter, who of course weighed in and defended Psaki.
I think Jen Psaki is kind of like, remember in senior year, spring of your senior year, you're about to graduate and you're just tired of all this. I think we're seeing that from Jen Psaki. To be fair, she didn't really criticize him directly. She was really criticizing Fox News as an organization.
But the media had no problem calling out President Trump when he went after journalists.
It's deeply disturbing and offensive the way he spoke to the media.
I hold that if you look at day one of the Trump campaign, which was June 16, 2015 until today, the through line, right, the connective tissue there is anti-media.
Donald Trump frequently attacked the news media.
Attorney General, those were characterized as attacks on the press credibility, attacks on the news media, and they were also characterized as threats to democracy. And yet here are crickets.
Right. I think one of the reasons Trump won the election is because the American people are sick and tired of the mainstream media and see the double standard, and they know the game that's played. Peter Doocy is doing exactly what a professional journalist should be doing at the White House press conferences, which is raising hard questions and challenging people, which you ordinarily don't see with Democrats. But the Democrats have only one response, and the media is, in my mind, largely an extension of the Democratic Party. And their response is snarkiness.
Yeah, that's right, an apologist media. And Jackie, so the bottom line is, for Peter Doocy, for doing his job, he was met with profanity, right? And this kind of this mocking of a journalist, and he dared to actually do his job, and now the media is complicit in covering that up.
Right, and let's first recall that it was the president himself who used the expletive to describe Peter Doocy, and now it's Jen Psaki who is continuing to make fun of it. You know, I think she does have a case of senioritis, and she should just go already if she's got a media gig lined up. She stood on the podium during one of her conferences and was talking about how she is, you know, completely above board and following all the rules and the ethics. And you see an interview like this and say, oh, really? Did all that just fly completely out of the window? If you're going to go do one thing, go do it. Don't stand there, use double standards, pretend to be representing the administration and the people of this country and answering questions honestly and fairly, and then target one member of the media or the network, however you want to look at it.
That's right. So, Julie, she brought up the president, and remember on day one of his presidency, he said, if I hear you treat another colleague with disrespect or talk down to someone, I promise you, I will fire you on the spot. No ifs, ands, or buts, because everybody, he said, is entitled to be treated with decency and dignity, but I guess that does not apply to journalists.
Yes. No, I mean, it's obviously a double-faced comment. So he made these comments during the swearing-in ceremony back in January of 2021 in front of hundreds of people and, quite frankly, millions across the nation watching him get sworn in. It was a nice, I guess, about face, because I guess he was trying to prove that he wasn't like President Trump, who did sometimes use some strong language, although he also called Peter Doocy on the campaign trail an SOB, and I promise that I will fire you on the spot. He wants them to treat each other with dignity. The press is actually part of the White House, but I guess the rule doesn't apply as long as you work at Fox News Channel under this administration.
Kennedy, take us home.
Fox News Channel, obviously right with MSNBC, again, an ethical breach on her part. But she said something that was very telling. So she thinks that other people write questions for journalists. So if that's what she thinks that other people are going to prepare for her and write her material, which means she is going to fail utterly at MSNBC if she's not going to do her own work, which is what Peter Doocy does. It's what Jackie Heinrich does. It is what everyone does who works in their capacity. They write their own questions, they write their own follow-ups, and these are some of the few remaining honest agents in Washington who are calling truth to power. So good for them. I'm glad they make her nervous. And if she thinks someone else is going to do her work for her, good luck, sister.
All right, guys, coming up. Parents file a lawsuit against a middle school claiming that their kids were secretly encouraged to use new names and pronouns in school against the parents' wishes. That's next.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Don't let the sound of your own wheels drive you crazy.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure complete balanced nutrition with 27 vitamins and minerals, and ensure complete with 30 grams of protein.
Aleve-X. Its revolutionary roll-ball design delivers fast, powerful, long-lasting pain relief. Aleve it and see what's possible.
Bonnie Boone, I'm calling you out.
Everybody be cool, all right? With Ring Central, we can pull Bonnie up on phone, message, or video all in the same app.
Oh. Hey, Bonnie. I didn't see you there.
Central.
This is exactly why we chose leaf filter. Before leaf filter, our gutters would get so clogged.
We used to have to climb up on that roof.
The leaf filter was a lifesaver. The leaf filter installation process was so simple and easy.
When the salesman gave us interest-free financing and the price was right, it was a no-brainer.
Our downspouts flow freely now.
My home is better protected. Thank you, leaf filter.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
For the line crew and the go-getters. For shoulders to lean on and backs that don't break. For everyday heroes keeping doors open, lights on, and gears turning, there's Grainger. Supplies and solutions for every industry, plus 24/7 support and over 250 local branches. Call Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I may be close to retirement, but I'm as busy as ever. And thanks to Voya, I'm confident about my future. Voya provides guidance for the right investments. They make me feel like I've got it all under control.
Voya, be confident to and through retirement.
The Biden presidency, that's imploding, and it's about to get much worse. Another massive migrant caravan is headed our way. Texas Governor Greg Abbott weighs in on that.
Mission.
Sir, Operation Watergate, fucking wide open.
Keep your mouth shut, we'll be fine.
What about your wife?
Y'all gonna just stand around and you wanna ask me some questions?
Why risk your husband's position?
Because it's the truth.
Order Stars today. Go to mydish.com/stars.
Embarrassed by ugly toe fungus? Fungi Cure eliminates 6 types of fungus to help your toes get back to normal in as little as 4 weeks. It's the strongest medicine you can get without a prescription. Get Fungi Cure now in the Foot Care app.
Bert, you won't face me. I'm like Zyrtec. The Legua won't make me drowsy.
And the Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin.
So the allergies attack?
Take Allegra before your symptoms take over you. And for congestion relief, find Allegra D at your pharmacy.
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin, and on first dose, provides the same relief as Zyrtec in a pill nearly half the size. Be wise all, take Zysol at night.
Russia ramping up attacks in key Ukrainian cities targeting Lviv early Monday, killing at least 7, injuring 11. A live update from Kyiv in just moments. Plus, Bill Malugin on stunning new numbers at our southern border. And Peter Ducey reports live from the White House, both top of the hour. And former Ronald Reagan economist Art Laffer on what it is going to take to avoid a recession in this country, if that's even possible, as inflation becomes the top issue for American voters as we head to the midterm elections. Come join us as America Reports, top of the hour.
I don't like your friendship. I think it's coming.
So I like Glory Days, I like Born in the USA, la 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 la, but here to
No, I agree.
massive pickup. Parents of 2 middle school kids have filed a federal lawsuit claiming that a Massachusetts school district violated their rights by secretly promoting their kids' gender status against their wishes. Parents say they had asked staff at the Baird Middle School not to have private conversations with their kids about gender issues, but they claim in court papers that the superintendent, principal, guidance counselor, and teachers ignored that request, even referring to their biological daughter and son by other pronouns without the parents' knowledge. So, Julie, I am an ally. I am pro-LGBTQ in every possible way. I want everyone to live their truth. Having said that, when my kids go to school, I want them to learn the basics. And the basics to me are math and reading.
Yeah.
And maybe a language or
Yeah.
two, but this
Yeah.
is this overstepping.
No, I don't think, first of all, I don't think anybody has the right to teach my kid something that I don't approve of. And if you're gonna talk about my kid, you come to me first. I mean, that is just ground zero, and that is gonna start a war, and that's why a lot of people are sick and tired of the educational system, because they're jamming all of this political stuff down their throat. They should be going in there and learning ELA and science and history, which, by the way, history is also being erased in our schools, obviously, when we talk about CRT, but that's a whole other topic. But as far as gender, there is nothing wrong with being transgender. I believe if you were born a certain way, you have every right to live that way. But there's a time and place to teach about that. And I'm not even comfortable with sex ed in schools, to be perfectly honest. I want to teach that to my kids, not teachers. So I just think there's a division, and the schools need to know their place.
All right, so let's talk about that division a little bit. I mean, aside from this particular issue, because it's not just this. When Common Core came into the fore, we saw a massive division between parents and the schools, and there was a concern.
Do we need more noodles?
Parents out of the
Do we need more noodles? No?
It comes from
No,
the state
Walmart.
expanding it. It's partly a culture, the progressive culture, which is that
You don't need more Walmart
it's not a
noodles?
sufficient relationship, and that you need the village to raise your children, collective. I mean, we're not Sparta, okay? The collective does not raise our children. Parents raise their children. Parental love is the strongest force on earth. That's why the human species is alive today, because of the strength of parental love. And when a child is troubled, things can be confusing these days. They're just learning, they get a sense of themselves. That's where the parent
12 or 18?
and parental help is most important. Not to be iced out by the state employees. And I agree with what Julie said, which is, and what you were saying, which is, look, the state can teach reading, writing, arithmetic, maybe American history and stuff like that. But a state doesn't have the right to teach ideology. It doesn't have the right to tell people what to think in this country.
But if there are parents who want to have a school like that, I think they should be able to make that choice. If there are parents who want the core of the classroom to be about these subjects, then they should be able to go to those schools. And for other parents who want their kids to learn things to help them be productive, smart, intellectual, curious members of society, maybe we have a different track. Maybe we should have more school choice.
Right, this boils down to a complete erosion of parental rights because of the over broadening of school rights. Now, keep the X's and O's of this lawsuit is that they're suing for religious infringement of religious freedom and due process. They specifically asked in writing for the school to not have private conversations with their children about sexual identity, gender pronouns, names, and the like. And in an email, the school ignored that. And then in an email, when the student said, "This is my preferred pronouns and here are the names I request to be known by," the guidance counselor replied all, student and a bunch of teachers and counselors alike, and said, "Do not inform the parents." That is absolutely horrifying. And then the school superintendent had the nerve to say that this was a thinly veiled camouflage of parental rights because it's intolerant of LGBTQ people. He said the only true safe space is the school, not home.
Nope.
So this is what's happening in Biden's America, is that the school administration, the schools are coming in and saying, we know better than you parents about your child, how to teach them, how to coach them, how to rear them, and we are keeping secrets from you. This lawsuit will absolutely prevail.
More Jackie D'Angelo is coming your way, and we have more outnumbered in just a moment. Okay, there.
Let's go on the open road with a safe stay. Now get double Best Western rewards points on every stay. And with rewards points that never expire, you get 3 nights fast. Book now at bestwestern.com.
Did you know silver might be the most useful commodity on Earth? We need it to make solar power, cars, electronics,
Avocado,
batteries, and because silver is an
asparagus.
antiviral bactericide, demand is skyrocketing. Here's why Robert Kiyosaki loves silver.
The stockpiles of silver are depleted, so the demand for silver
Asparagus?
is going up just as stockpiles of silver are going down.
Asparagus?
Silver still has the biggest run coming up.
Call Lear Capital now for this free report, Silver's biggest run. See why experts think the price of silver is set to soar.
I believe silver is on its way to a new record.
I'll say it again. I love silver because it's affordable. And everybody can own some silver.
The report is free, and first-time
I'm
callers
gonna go ahead
also
and get
get
some
a free
sourdough bread
Mercury dime.
because every time I
Plus,
order it,
ask how you
they
can get
have
up to
only.
$10,000
I order the
in
99
silver
cent one, and they
with
send me a
qualifying
$5
purchase.
thing,
800-885-5100.
and we get sourdough boo.
800-885-5100.
To be a thriver with
Maybe
metastatic
we
breast
need
cancer
that.
means asking for what we want.
This is
and
not
need,
EBT.
And we need
Oh.
more time. So we want Kisqali. Women are living longer than ever before with Kisqali when taken with an aromatase inhibitor or fulvestrant in postmenopausal
They
women
always
or
say,
men
we
with
have
HR-positive,
the
HER2
99 cent
metastatic breast
sourdough
cancer.
loaf.
Kisqali is a pill
I order
that's
it, and
significantly
they
more
bring a
effective
big
at preventing
giant
disease progression
$10
versus an aromatase
thing.
inhibitor
You
or
order
fulvestrant
big,
alone.
right?
Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death.
I actually
It
haven't
can cause
placed the order
serious
yet,
skin reactions,
but
liver
after I place
problems,
the
and
order, you
low
have
white
a
blood
couple
cell
of
counts
hours
that
to
may
add more
result in
stuff.
severe infections.
So
Tell
I'm
your
gonna go
doctor
ahead
right away
and
if
place
you
the
have new or
order.
worsening symptoms, including breathing
Everything is
problems,
on
cough, chest
EBT.
pain,
I got
a
one
change
thing
in your
coming,
heartbeat, dizziness,
vitamins
yellowing
that's
of the skin
on
or eyes, dark urine, tiredness,
OTC.
loss of appetite, abdomen pain, bleeding, bruising, fever,
Baby,
chills, or other
what
symptoms
you-
of an infection, a severe
Oh,
or
yeah.
worsening rash,
Okay.
are or
Yeah.
plan to become pregnant or breastfeeding.
One
Avoid
little,
grief during treatment.
one little
Ask your doctor about living longer with Kisqali.
Fruits and vegetables are integral to any healthy diet. But why do so few Americans actually eat the recommended servings of produce every day?
What?
It's because it can be difficult to prepare that much produce daily. Many doctors recommend that you eat at least 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables
You want
every
the
day.
100?
Even processes like
They have
juicing,
a
without whole and other
225.
parts of produce that are dense in nutrients
Look
you
at
need
this.
to stay healthy. Balance of Nature is the
Look.
best way you can get the recommended servings of fruits and vegetables every day without eating a mountain of produce. By taking Balance of Nature, you are
It's a big
giving
one, I
your
guess.
body all the
How
nutrients it
many?
needs to increase your cell
225.
vitality.
Okay.
Start your
That one.
journey with the best fruit and vegetable product on the market right now. Call 1-800-246-8751
Okay.
or go to balanceofnature.com.
Good.
Shipping is always free, and don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
If you're a veteran homeowner and need money for your family, call New Day USA. As a veteran, you've earned the powerful VA home loan benefit that lets you refinance up to 100% of your home's value. And with home values
Coffee
rising, that can mean
cream,
a
sour
lot more money
cream,
for you and your family. A New Day VA home loan
spring
lets you
onions,
refinance your home to
potato,
pay credit card debt or just put money in the bank. It even lowers your payments by over
orange juice,
$600 a month. We all know some of life's most important financial decisions are made right here at the kitchen table. So if you're a veteran and need cash, call a New Day USA and make one of the best decisions you'll ever make.
Call 1-888-530-1266.
So we can get it by 2 o'clock today. 2 o'clock.
In the center seat today, we are fortunate to have former Attorney General Bill Barr. His new book, One Damn Thing After Another, Memoirs of an Attorney General, is a New York Times bestseller. All right, tell us all about it.
Well, it covers my early life, my Bush years under H.W. Bush, and then the tumultuous Trump years, my 2 years with Donald Trump, and discusses a lot of the issues we've been discussing today: violent crime, religious liberty and education, parental rights, but it also goes over my relationship with Trump.
And is there something that in the process of writing it that surprised you as you were recollecting through all of these years, or that was particularly impactful to you?
Actually, the most pleasant part of writing it were my early years, because it required me to go back and really think through my childhood here in New York on the Upper West Side, and that was a pleasant time bringing back those memories.
And has your family said anything about it? Are they excited about it?
Oh, they're excited. They're excited. They keep track of how it's doing.
Well, we all cannot wait to read it. Now, we're going to move on to this topic, which is a surprise gone sour in Kentucky. Now, it led to a man winning a $450,000 lawsuit against his former employer. Poor man has a history of anxiety and panic attacks, and since he asked his company not to throw in a surprise birthday party, as was customary for employees, but they threw one anyway. for his reaction the next day, causing another panic attack. The next week, he was fired. He sued them. He won. He's laughing all the way to the bank, John. I mean, I look at this. The guy tells you, don't do this for me. Here's the reaction. You get the reaction, and then you blame him and fire him. This is the kind of country we live in right now. As the top attorney, though, do you love this? Is it sweet justice?
I think it's sort of unfortunate our courts have to spend time on this.
Thanks to Democrats.
A lot more
and
important
law.
things, yeah.
That's true, but just don't just don't do it. If someone asks you, just don't do it.
Make a nice donation in their name. I think that's the best thing to do. It's not like someone were like, I don't want a big engagement. No, seriously. Okay, here we go. It's not the case. The guy says he doesn't want a surprise party because he's got the gifts. Then don't throw the surprise party.
Totally. I think I would have a surprise party. I would have been like, you know what, we'll take it. We'll flip the dice on this one. I don't know. I love surprise parties. So I guess as an employer, I'm thank God nobody's boss. Maybe I would have held back. But if anyone else, like friend, beware. If you tell me you don't like surprise parties, you're going to get a double whammy.
I can't
surprise party. Yeah.
I would think as a company they would be relieved not to have to dip into the budget, right? It really
Save some money.
hurting a little more work.
It wouldn't hurt anybody.
A big thanks to everyone for watching and Attorney General Bill Barr for joining us today. And here is America Reports.
Thank you. Russia showing no place is safe in Ukraine as missiles rain down on the western city of Lviv. At least 7 killed and many others injured in that city where thousands of desperate refugees thought they would be safe. What could Vladimir Putin be planning next as the desperation there builds?
Former senior National Security Council official Michael Allen joins us on that and more. Plus, we'll hear from Art Laffer, Larry Kudlow, Jonathan Turley, and a reminder, if you can't catch it all live, set your DVR now and watch it back a bit later today.
And that brings us to this Fox News alert, an exclusive at the southern border. 23 known or suspected terrorists were caught at the border last year. That's according to CBP records obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm Sandra Smith in New York. And
Nice to
welcome.
see you. Thank you very much. I'm Bill Hemmer working for John Rogers today. And Sandra, good to see you.
Good to have you.
This map here shows where the 23 apprehensions of those known or suspected terrorists happened in 2021. You'll see these types of encounters are happening across the entire southern border in nearly every border patrol sector. Each of the 23 migrants were members of a list put together by the FBI's Terrorist Screening Center.
All this new information coming in as more than 220,000 migrants were encountered at the southern border in March. It is the highest monthly number of the Biden presidency and the highest monthly total in 20 years. Texas Governor Greg Abbott continuing to make good on his pledge to drop off busloads of migrants in Washington, D.C. All of this just weeks before the Biden administration plans to end Title 42. That, of course, the policy makes it easier to quickly turn back migrants at the southern border. Billman is live for us. He's in Eagle Pass, Texas, with those stunning new numbers. Bill?
Sandra, good afternoon to you. And throughout this border crisis, we have heard these isolated reports about possible terror suspects being arrested here at the border. But now we're getting a look at some firm data, some firm numbers, thanks to a Freedom of Information Act request we filed with CBP, and we'll get right to that. Take a look at this graphic right here. What you're looking at is data showing there were 23 hits on the TSDB at the border here last year. That stands for the Terrorism Screening Database, which, as you mentioned, is maintained by the FBI. A sector-by-sector breakdown shows there were 4 in San Diego sector, 4 in El Centro sector, 2 in Yuma, 2 in Tucson, 3 in El Paso, 4 in Del Rio sector, and 4 in the Rio Grande Valley sector. Again, adding up to 23 in total. Keep in mind, those are only the ones they know about, only the ones who were apprehended at the border. And as you take a look at file video we've shot at the border here of runners in the past, we'll explain why that is such a major concern. Multiple high-level CBP sources tell Fox News in the last 6 months alone, there have been well over 300,000 known gotaways here at our southern border. People who slip by Border Patrol without ever being apprehended. It's happening in massive numbers. And former ICE Director Tom Homan says that is a particular reason why he says DHS Secretary Mayorkas has to start treating this as a national security issue. Take a listen.
He knows 23 people have been arrested off the FBI screening database. He knows that. And he says Secretary of Homeland Security. At what point does this man have enough integrity to tell the White House, I cannot keep this border open no matter what, because we created a national security issue of the highest proportions. If he had any integrity at all, he would tell the White House, no, we need to secure the border.
In the meantime, mass releases of migrants continue day in and day out. You're looking at video we shot right here in Eagle Pass earlier this morning where upwards of 500 illegal immigrants are being mass released, busload after busload, at a local NGO here. All of them single adults. This sort of thing has been happening for months now. We've shown it in Brownsville. We're showing it up here in Del Rio sector. Simply put, Border Patrol facilities are over capacity, even with Title 42 in effect right now. And these mass releases are day in, day out. Back out here live, federal data we got from a federal court filing from DHS shows just last month in March alone, the federal government released more than 80,000 migrants into the U.S. That's 1 month of data. So back to you.
It is really just something. Bill Mulligan, Eagle Pass, Texas for us. Bill, thank you. Chad Wolf coming up. We'll ask him about working with the previous administration, how much things have changed. Byron York also will join us and really on the political implications as we work our way to the midterm election.
Just add one thing, Title 42 will expire 5 weeks from today. You got a chance to backtrack on it if you want. I mean, there's some Democrats who are urging the administration to do that, but so far they are not budget. They could, they want it.
Henry Clare and others.
Meanwhile, Democrats up for re-election this fall face a tricky situation. Either embrace President Biden's economic policies and potentially risk losing their seat or throw their party's leader to the curb in an effort to save their own political careers. As inflation soars to the highest levels we've seen in 4 decades, President Biden's popularity is plunging to the lowest levels we have seen in his presidency. Complete coverage now. Art Laffer standing by for analysis. But first, to Peter Ducey, who's live on the North Lawn with us today on a Monday. And Peter, hello to you.
Bill, good afternoon. And some Democratic lawmakers now are saying they think this president's policies are inconsistent. Like when it comes to the pandemic, they will extend COVID restrictions on planes and mask mandates, but then they will lift COVID restrictions down at the border. So now, Senator Kirsten said in the statement, she says this administration's extension of public health emergency authorities proves the need to delay lifting Title 42 to protect the health and safety of Arizona communities and migrants. And these inconsistencies have the president in a very perilous political position with a reliably blue voting bloc, young people staying in the middle now. Gallup is finding only 30% of Generation Z say they're Democrats, and 27% of millennials say they're Democrats. And Republicans see a big open door in November.
No, we're not overconfident, but the one thing you have to look at, why is the president's approval numbers are so low? It's the wasteful, irresponsible spending that has led to higher prices and inflation.
And now even some of the president's closest political allies are urging him to take a second look at something he has long said will never happen, and that is sending American troops to Ukraine to fight Russians.
I deeply worry that what's going to happen next is that we will see Ukraine turn into Syria. The American people cannot turn away from this tragedy in Ukraine. I think the history of the 21st century turns on how fiercely we defend freedom in Ukraine, and that Putin will only stop when we stop him.
At today's Easter egg roll, President Biden got a question from an attendee about another conflict, Afghanistan, and according to some clips that are circulating on social media, he began to answer before being redirected by a staffer dressed as the Easter Bunny. Bill?
I saw that. Peter, thank you from the North Lawn. Peter Ducey.
Wall Street banks, meanwhile, warning the economy could be in for some serious trouble, and that could happen very soon. Goldman Sachs predicting the risk of a recession could be as much as 35% within the next 2 years. Let's bring in Art Laffer, former economic advisor to President Ronald Reagan. Art, great to have you here. Unfortunately, it's sort of a doom and gloom talk when it comes to what happens next with the U.S. economy. Things were speeding along there for a while. What could park it?
Well, the inflation could easily park it, Sandra. I mean, this inflation is picking up at an ever-increasing rate. Real wages are declining dramatically. If you look at capital gains, which are just illusory just because of inflation, they're taxed at the ordinary capital gains tax rates. All of those will add a lot of pressure onto the economy. And there's no sign that inflation is slowing down. In fact, if anything, it's going stronger and stronger. So that could lead to a big sharp downturn in the economy at some time in the future, just the way it did under Ronald Reagan in 81 and 82. To stop inflation, they've got to raise interest rates way above the inflation rate, and that doesn't look like it's going to happen with this Fed, with Powell and the Fed members.
That would be such a delicate balance, one that not many predict the Fed is capable of handling to the point where we can avoid a recession. Even Larry Summers, looking back at history and making this statement.
There has never been a moment when inflation was above 4 and unemployment was below 5, when we did not have a recession within the next 2 years. So I think the odds on a hard landing within the next 2 years are certainly better than half, and quite possibly 2/3 or more.
So what does that mean for the average hardworking American? Put that into perspective. If recession does happen, you're talking about multiple quarters of negative GDP growth. What does that mean for American families?
Well, it would flip something upside down. Today, there's so many job openings and there are very few people to fill them. Our unemployment rate's really, really low. What it would mean is what Larry said, that would flip. There'd be all sorts of people unemployed with very few job opportunities left for people to take. And it would be a traditional recession with very high inflation, which is what's called stagflation. No one knows that word anymore, but let me tell you, I lived through it. It's something you don't want to live through. And Larry Summers is probably more correct than Goldman Sachs, that the chances are greater than 50% that we will have a nice substantive downturn, and they still may not control of all worlds, high inflation and high unemployment.
That is a brutal reality. You talk about real wage growth. You're talking about real wage growth because wages are up, and that's a good thing. But inflation's up so much more that it eats up that wage growth, and hence your comment on that. Here's the inflation cost per U.S. household. I'll put it on the screen. I'll let you jump. Staggering numbers. When you look at the inflation that we are currently today and the impact on the American pocketbook, that's an additional, and by some estimates, this could be a low number, $327 per month. That's real pain, Art.
That is real pain. I mean, and when you look at what it took for us to bring inflation down, Paul Volcker especially, when we took office on January 20th, 1981, Sandra, the prime interest rate was 21.5%. Mortgage rates were 17, 15, 18. Inflation was running at 15, 16%. I mean, it was a very catastrophic type of situation. That's what it takes to bring inflation back under control. And they're not doing that. So this will keep on going until someone gets in there and does something correct.
And we've been talking about,
looks like it's a far way off.
Housing affordability. It's not looking good. And here's the average 30-year fixed rate mortgage, up, and away it goes. Real quick final thought, Art.
Well, for the final thought, those mortgage rates will drive down, and they'll go up a lot more in the near term. They're just at their lows, right? I mean, it's going to go a lot higher.
Really something to watch. Art Lapler, thank you very much for joining us. And
say hello to Bill for me.
And in my next meeting, it's funny
Hello,
because
all right, brother.
It's funny because Bill and I share office walls, and like one thing we talk about a lot when we come in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah, we talk about the economy and where things go next.
Yeah, I think we were talking before the show started today, and I think living in New York, a lot of times you assume the cost of living here because it's higher than most other places in the United States. On Saturday, I popped into a little Italian shop downtown. Mostly sandwiches. I mean, it was like gnocchi, and it was a little salad. The salad came with it. It was $25. I got $25 for a lunch. I mean, we're already used to paying $15 for a salad, and that's kind of normal around here in New York. But if we're noticing this, imagine what the rest of America is taking notice of.
Now, can you imagine if you're that restaurant owner and somebody accuses you of price gouging?
No.
Because we now know what the costs are behind their business. It is the food prices up, the fuel prices are up, the wages that they're paying their workers are up, and it's hard to make a profit.
All true, and we're going to bring Art back and talk about it when it goes higher, right? I mean, he said the interest rates on loans right now are as low as they're going to be for a while. Think about the impact on the housing market. Okay, now the Biden administration saying today that oil and gas leases on federal land can resume, but at a price. They made this move late on Friday, while the energy experts say the plan may actually make the problem even worse. Have a look at that.
Plus, Russia launching deadly missile strikes in Ukraine's western city of Lviv, killing at least 7. But after failing to take Kyiv, Russia's military now setting its sights on the Donbass region, which some are calling a consolation prize. Up next, former senior National Security Council official Michael Allen on the possibility of Putin resorting to nuclear weapons if his military fails again.
What you're really seeing is the Russians are trying to demonstrate that there is no safe haven in Ukraine.
I thought I needed Sure Max protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health.
You know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Like how I customized this scarf. Check out this backpack I made for Marco. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I have a very busy podiatric practice, and at lunchtime, I got a slump in terms of energy. But since I've been taking the Balance of Nature, I've got a lot of the energy throughout the whole day. So I tell my patients, Balance of Nature is a wonderful product, and I really feel that people would benefit from taking this product. Very happy with it.
Even my doctor, he was very encouraged by seeing what I was taking. Because he's an avid learner, and he's always researching, and he's always excited to see new things. And he told me, this will be good. This will help you immensely with the nutrition that you need.
I hope this is really taking off because, I'm a pharmacist, and it's been a godsend. I'm telling you, Balance of Nature has impacted my life in a positive way.
Start your journey to better health by going to balanceofnature.com, and don't forget to use discount code Fox News.
Out here, you're a landowner, a gardener, a landscaper, and a hunter. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment.
Pain hits fast, so get relief fast. Only Tylenol Rapid Release Gels have release-filled holes. They release medicine fast for fast pain relief. And now, get relief without a pill with Tylenol Dissolve Packs. Relief without the water.
No one deserves the American dream of home ownership more than veterans. At New Day, you can buy a home with no down payment, and rates are still near the lowest in history. Already own a home and need cash? With the New Day 100 loan, you can get up to $60,000 or more and lower your payment $615 a month. No bank, no lender, no one knows veterans like New Day USA. Call 1-866-794-8670.
The Biden presidency, that's imploding, and it's about to get much worse. Another massive migrant caravan is headed our way. Texas Governor Greg Abbott weighs in on it.
I tried a laxative that's both gentle and fast.
Great tasting Dulcolac soft juice works naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. Keep comfortably in control. Dulcolac soft juice.
Had enough? No, arthritis. Here, aspartame arthritis. Full prescription strength. Reduces inflammation. Thank the gods. Don't thank them too soon.
King in the aspartame.
Right before Mike decided to say yes, he learned he had IBS-C and could treat it with Linzess. It explained why his constipation with belly pain wouldn't go away, and why the belly pain, discomfort, and bloating couldn't be kept at bay. After Mike learned his symptoms were signs of a chronic condition, his doctor helped him make a decision. And that's why he said yes to adding Linzess. Linzess is not a laxative. It helps you have more frequent and complete bowel movements, and is proven to help relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Could your story also be about IBS-C? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn how AbbVie and Ironwood could help you save on Linzess.
At least 7 people are dead and close to a dozen wounded after Russian airstrikes targeted Lviv, a city that seems so relatively safe. It's been a gathering point for refugees now for weeks. Meanwhile, Ukrainians in the flattened city of Mariupol still refusing to surrender their city, again defying a deadline from Russia. We've got Fox News coverage for you at this hour. Michael Allen served as special assistant to the President George W. Bush, as well as senior director for counter-proliferation strategy in the National Security Council. We're going to begin, though, with Griff Jenkins. He is on the ground. He's live from Kyiv for us. Griff?
Good afternoon, Sandra. After 54 days of bombardment, Lviv's residents have been mostly spared from missile attacks until now. 4, as you mentioned, killing at least 7, injuring 11 others. A senior U.S. defense official says it was Russian long-range bombers that delivered that strike. Now, Lviv's mayor, Andriy Shadadoo, is condemning the attacks, and he's ready to fight. Watch.
We have to defend, and we have to be ready to start the offensive and to kick the enemy from our land. We don't have another choice. We are free people, and the enemy wants to turn us into slaves. But we will always be free, and we will fight with the last drop of blood, because we are Ukrainians.
Among the injured, a 3-year-old boy reportedly has serious injuries to one hand. He was among refugees that fled Kharkiv, where missiles also struck there this morning, making it clear nowhere is safe from attack in this country. Meanwhile, the situation in Mariupol is dire after Russian forces issued a surrender or die ultimatum. Some 2,000 Ukrainian defenders are defying a Russian ultimatum to give in. They're bunkered in the Azovstal steel plant, as Ukraine's prime minister says they're not going to yield.
The city still is not fallen. There is still our military forces, our soldiers, so they will fight till the end.
As for here in the capital, in Kyiv, we had 2 missile strikes over the weekend that were significant. One hitting a armored vehicle plant in the east side of the capital. Perhaps a theme here, Sandra, that Russian forces are trying to target anything that might be aid from the West, military-wise, in the supply and demand before they kick off that new offensive in the eastern Donbass. Sandra?
Griff Jenkins reporting from Kyiv for us as night falls, 8:20 in the evening there. Griff, thank you.
Have to protect the distribution. We'll see how well we do it. Michael Allen's with me now. Michael, nice to see you again. Good afternoon to you. Zelensky was talking over the weekend on CNN about the potential for Russia to use nuclear weapons. Give this a listen.
But it can be true because when they begin to speak about one or another battles or involve enemies or nuclear weapons or some chemicals, don't be afraid, be ready.
That whole thing about don't be afraid, be ready. What he also said is get anti-radiation medicine prepared and air raid shelters. How do you evaluate the potential for Putin to make a decision like this?
Well, it's all very terrifying. The question is Putin so desperate? Is he so worried about a conventional military defeat that he resorts to nuclear weapons or the threat of nuclear weapons, basically to shock his opponents, to shock the Ukrainians into some kind of submission? It really gets to the issue of, we know Putin's a risk taker, but is he also irrational? Will he get to a point where he wants to use tactical nuclear weapons? And that's where the United States and NATO need to step up and say this would lead to unacceptable consequences for Russia if they move down this path.
Yeah, you just heard Griff's report there about protecting the weapons that the West is sending in. I thought President Biden made a substantial decision last Thursday when he said we're going to give $800 million more in military aid. The point is, Michael, we're in this proxy war, and we are in deep at the moment, totaling billions of dollars perhaps in the end. Given that, how do we know as to whether or not that effort is going to where it needs to go, which is primarily the eastern part of the country and the southeast?
Well, it's difficult. We obviously ship things over to Poland and elsewhere in the neighborhood. We're not sure where it's going downrange, so to speak, but I think you're onto something. This is phase 2 of the conflict. It's not going to be just defensive weapons like javelins and stingers. What they need, what the Ukrainians need, are tanks, armored personnel carriers, things that are a lot harder to get over there and a lot harder to get into position. That's why we're calling for so much urgency to get the Ukrainians into the game, so when the second phase of the war begins in earnest, they're going to be able to overtake the Russians like they did in the first phase.
Yeah. And when you consider that, how far do you think we're willing to go?
I think we are increasingly willing to give them airplanes. I heard Jake Sullivan back off of the offensive versus defensive artificial standard that we had adopted some weeks ago. I think the question is, how do you get them over to the Ukrainians? I'm also pleased last week we started to give them helicopters. So slowly but surely, I think we're taking off some of the restrictions that we had put on ourselves and are trying to arm Ukrainians for the next phase of the war. The Russians aren't doing so badly in the south, and they're about to double down in the east. So we've got a long way to go, and we need to look after our friends and allies.
If you give them the airplanes, does that expand the war? Does Ukraine then fly into Russia and targets on the other side?
I don't think so. I think there's plenty they can do to control their own sky.
Well, Michael, great to have you back. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Michael Allen with us from Washington, D.C. Thank you for that. I mean, if you give them airplanes, Sandra, very interesting to see which way the war goes.
Indeed. All right, we'll have more on that coming up. Meanwhile, a puzzling story we have been following for days now. Graduates of the same high school, all diagnosed with deadly brain cancer. Now big questions are emerging. What is the invisible killer lurking on that campus? And just as important, why are students right now still attending classes there despite the potential danger? We're tracking down answers coming up brand new at 2.
Also, plus, we told you at the top of the show about the record number of migrants trying to cross into the country, including at least 23 known suspected terrorists. Former acting DHS Secretary Chad Wolf is up next with just how bad it's expected to get starting 5 weeks from now.
The Biden administration and a lot of leaders in Congress have no idea about the chaos they have caused by their open border policy.
You ever wonder why people are always on their phones? They're banking with Bank of America. Look at this guy. He's got those tickets on his credit card and he's racking up the rewards. She's using Zelle to pay him back for the hot dogs he's about to buy.
That's going to bring it
to a close for you. He's not checking his stats. He's finding some investment ideas with America.
And third, as you know, baseball means 3.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop thinking. What would you like the car to do?
Need to get your windshield fixed? SafeLight makes it easy. You can schedule it in just a few clicks, and we'll come to you with a replacement you can trust. Great. That's service on your time. Schedule now.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
After switching to the farmer's dog, we noticed so many improvements in Remy's health. His allergies were going away, and he just had amazing energy.
It looks like nutritious.
And investing in my dog's health and happiness.
Get started at longlivedogs.com.
Before treating your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting. You're not the only one with questions about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start, with about 10 minutes of treatment once every 3 months. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you, and if a sample is available.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing the doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing. Weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Muscle or nerve conditions and medications, including botulinum toxins. Risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they talked to their doctor and started Botox sooner. Plus, right now, you may ask your doctor about Botox today.
And you get this. You could end up with this. Unexpected out-of-pocket costs. Those on Medicare or soon to be is a good reason to take care. So consider this. An AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan from United Healthcare. Why? Because Medicare and what it doesn't pay for, like deductibles and copays, could really add up, even thousands of dollars a year. Medicare supplement plans help by paying some of what Medicare doesn't, and making your out-of-pocket costs a lot more predictable. Call United Healthcare today and ask for your free decision guide. Learn more about plan options and rates to fit your needs. Now, if you like this, greater freedom, you'll love that Medicare supplement plans have no networks and no referrals needed. See any doctor, any specialist, anywhere in the U.S. Types of plans also give you more flexibility when traveling in the U.S. Your plan goes with you, anywhere you go in the Even better, these are the only plans of their kind endorsed by AARP. Call United Healthcare today for your free decision guide. So if you have this and want less out-of-pocket costs and more peace of mind, consider adding this, an AARP Medicare supplement plan. Take charge of your healthcare today. Just use this or this to call United Healthcare about an AARP Medicare supplement plan.
So the Biden administration reversing course, lifting its controversial ban on new oil and gas leases on federal land. But energy executives are warning the new terms will make the current crisis even worse in the years ahead. Now, why would that be? Madison Allworth's got the story, reporting for Fox Business here in New York. Madison, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Bill. So this is the first time since President Biden took office that the federal government is offering new fossil fuel leases on public land. The issue is that the amount of land being offered up is much lower, much higher. So the government is increasing royalties on these new leases to 18.75%. That is up from 12.5%. So the government is taking a bigger piece of the pie. And the land being offered for drilling is much less. Taking a look at the potential drilling sites, the Bureau of Land Management is expected to make 144,000 acres of land available in these states. And while that might sound like that is 80% less than what had been under evaluation for leasing. The American Petroleum Institute telling Fox, we are pleased to see the Interior Department restart to the long-delayed onshore leasing program required under the law. But we are concerned that this action adds new barriers, including removing some of the most significant parcels. So doing little to nothing to help Americans that are struggling today with energy prices, as experts warn that consumers should prepare for prices to go back up again.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have good news for the consumer. I see it rising another 10 to 15 cents a gallon on a national average.
To see the oil from these leases in about a year's time. In the meantime, Bill, prices, they remain high.
Yeah, that's a fact. Madison, thank you. Nice to see you, Madison. I mean, uncle already, right?
That's real pain.
I'm telling you. All right? It's $100
Do you
to
drive
fill up.
much? Do you live in the city?
Once a week, once every other week. Yeah.
Man, if you drive a lot, you fill up your tank. It's sticker shock every time. It's a big problem. All right, turning back to one of our top stories at this hour, Fox News has learned Border Patrol agents encountered more than 2 million migrants at the southern border. This was just last year alone. Among them, nearly 24 people whose names turned up on the terrorist watch list, 23 of them. The startling numbers fueling bipartisan fears of a massive migrant wave as the Biden administration ends a policy that made it easier to expel migrants entering this country illegally. Let's bring in Chad Wolf, former acting DHS secretary, joins us now. Chad, what does this mean for the surge of migrants at our border once that is lifted?
Well, these 23 folks that we apprehended, this is scary stuff. This is real national security issues at stake on that southern border. And I think it's important to remember, these are only the individuals that we encountered. So the 500,000 to 600,000 gotaways last year in 2021 alone, how many additional individuals that were in that flow that we never encountered, never apprehended, are in the U.S. today. So there are some real national security and public safety events and issues going on in that southern border that are the result of this crisis and this flow that's coming across each and every month.
You say real scary stuff, but we know the Border Patrol, we know the officials at the border, they're overwhelmed with this crisis. And if we are about to see even more pour over the southern border, how are we going to even know how many more of those potential terrorists are coming in?
Well, the bottom line is we won't, unfortunately. Look, I was just down on the border about a week ago, and
Border Patrol and other law enforcement officials are saying they can't do their job, right? So as migrants normally come across that border illegally, you want to interview them, you want to fingerprint them, you want to biometrically enroll them, you want to understand how they got there, where did they come from, and who are their known associates. They're not doing any of that law enforcement or police work because they're trying to process so many hundreds of thousands of individuals each and every month. And so this is scary stuff that from a law enforcement perspective, the most concerning thing is what's going on down there is simply trying to process people quicker instead of doing that police work, so that you want to be able to interdict them and you want to understand why they're coming. Are they part of a cartel network or are they not? And none of that is occurring. And so when you see the number in March, 221,000 illegal apprehensions in 1 month alone, that's an astronomical number. They can't do their law enforcement mission when you have coming across the border every month.
The numbers are staggering. Here, arrests, 210,000 of them. That's March, and that's the change year over year, 24% increase. Chad, help us wrap our mind around what it means to have this policy lifted that was intended to make it easier to turn migrants around at the border, a COVID-era policy under the Trump administration, and what it was doing to somewhat limit the flow of migrants over the border, and what it will look like when that goes away.
In some ways, Title 42 has masked the real crisis. They've been able to turn around a number of individuals, 80 to 90,000 a month, using that order. Now, if that goes away, you're going to see that many individuals released into the country. So if you go back to the March numbers, the 210,000 that they apprehended, they tell us in a court document that they released 80,000 into the country, but then they returned or they repatriated another 109,000 under Title 42. So if Title 42 goes away at the end of May, that's 109,000 additional individuals that they release into the country on top of the 80,000. So you can see that this is going to, the border is going to be blown wide open. They have no strategy in place to deal with the crushing number of individuals that will be coming across, and Border Patrol will have to fortunately release into the country.
Chad, well, thank you on that. Think about how overwhelmed the officials at the border are, and those border towns and the people who live in them, and how much worse that could get very quickly here.
If the administration wanted to do something about it, they could, but they have chosen not to. Remain in Mexico, you could fight that with Mexico City.
Yeah.
They haven't done it. Title 42 is set to expire. We'll see whether or not they change their mind on that. Meanwhile, a university in Ohio, public school on the hook for $400,000 after punishing one of his professors who would not refer to a male student as a female because it says, well, he says it went against his Christian beliefs. That professor is Nick Merriweather. He's going to join us live coming up on that case.
Also, a mystery after a mother's found murdered in one of New York City's nicest neighborhoods. The only clues: a bloody duffel bag, a trail of blood, and a terrifying text message to the mom's surviving family, telling them they are next. Brand new at 2, we're seeing the chilling autopsy report.
In 2020, Los Angeles County voters elected a lunatic to be the county's top prosecutor. He's deliberately unleashed the most violent criminals in our midst, turned Los Angeles into a third world war zone. Under George Gascon, people who break the law are celebrating.
A Tucker Carlson Originals, Suicide of Los Angeles, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Welcome to your world, your why. What drives you? What do you want to leave behind? That's your why. It's your purpose, and we will work with you every step of the way to achieve it.
First psoriasis, then psoriatic arthritis.
I had to do something. I started Cosentyx.
Help you move, look, and feel better by treating the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Watch me.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentyx.
Our commitment
Save money, live better. For low prices every day without sacrificing quality. By delivering fresh groceries, you feel great about serving. $4 to keep your family healthy. Always being here to help you save money and live a little better each day.
Barney Boone, I'm calling you out.
Everybody be cool, all right? I got Bonnie right here in a video call.
We don't take kindly to video call.
Oh, in that case, just tap to send a message.
We don't take kindly to messages neither.
In that case, how about a Ring Central phone call?
We don't take kindly to.
Damn it, Eugene. Let's just hear her out. I've been needing a new horse.
We got another deal.
Central. This is not the stallion I was imagining.
Every time the chute opens, my life gets very simple. The bull's job is to butt me off, and it's my job to hang on, no matter what. They say it's the most dangerous 8 seconds in sports, but one thing is certain. Chances are I'm going to be hurting tomorrow. I know you were never going to get on a bull, but how about taking those nice long walks again? Or gardening? I was skeptical that anything that's 100% drug-free could be tough enough for my pain. But then I tried Relief Factor, and now I depend on it every day to help me get out and stay out of pain. If you work hard for a living like I do, or if everyday aches and pains slow you down, do what I did and order the 3-week quick start. You can get started for just $19.95. Order today at relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. You'll be glad you did.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
Indeed.
Indeed, you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
I'm a first-time home buyer, and I'm using Realtor.com.
We had to find a house to fit our growing family.
I needed a home office.
And I needed us to not have a roommate anymore.
And Mealtime Alerts made sure I never missed out on a listing. It makes home buying so much easier.
There he is.
There he is. Combining your stuff is hard. Combining your TV with Dish? Easy. Prime Video. Live TV and streaming apps all in one place with Dish.
No one deserves the American dream of homeownership more than veterans. With the New Day Zero Down Home Purchase Loan, you can buy a home with no down payment, and rates are still near the lowest in history. Already own a home and need cash? The New Day 100 loan can get you up to $60,000 or more and lower your payments by $615 a month. Take 10 minutes right now and make the call, because no one knows veterans like New Day USA. Call 1-866-573-2940.
All right, well, there is a new Apple software update, and it includes a pregnant man emoji. The tech giant first rolled out the optional update back in January. Got everybody talking about it then. And now it comes as part of the main for all of iPhones. The emojis include a pregnant person and a gender-neutral person with crown. The 2 new pregnant emojis come in 5 different skin tones. I will use this opportunity, Bill Edwards, to ask you. Okay, so put that as a. They're obviously thinking about new emojis to include. Have you found missing from the list, or do you even use emojis?
I use emoji. I guess there's not one I'm pining for. But I wish Apple would separate the exclamation point from the question mark. See what I mean? When you're typing real fast, and you're asking a question, you ask a question, but you don't hit them with an exclamation.
Interesting.
That's what I would do if I were Cooper.
Apple, are you listening?
Tim Cooper watching our program today, which he might. All right, to this university, $400,000 to a professor who was using a student's demands to be referred to as a female. The professor is Nick Merriweather. He responded to a student's question at Shawnee State University. Sir. Well, afterwards, Merriweather was told by the student her pronouns were she and her. Merriweather then said that would go against his Christian beliefs and sued the school, eventually saying it violated his First Amendment rights. The professor, Nick Merriweather, is now with us, and his attorney, Titus. Good day to you. Nick, take us back to that day in class in 2018.
What do you remember?
Well, you basically had it approached me after class and said that he wanted to be referred to as a female. And I tried to find an accommodation with the student. I was willing to use his proper name, female proper name. And initially, the administration was willing to go along with that, but then the administration changed course and demanded that I defer to the ideology, that I refer to the student as a female. And I simply could not do that. I thought it was an egregious assault on my freedom of speech and my religious beliefs.
And tell me why.
Well, I believe that God created men and women, male and female, but also the idea that my speech could be coerced, could be compelled by the administration, that this was, the college classroom is to be a place of debate and discussion and freewheeling ideas. The university has no place in telling professors how they are to think with the students. It was a coercion of my freedom of speech.
Yeah, Nick, I understand the university put further corrective action would be taken. They put that in your file. How come?
Well, basically what could have happened is that I would have been fired if that incident had occurred again, and if I again refused to use preferred pronouns or non-biological pronouns, then I could have been fired. So that was why I filed the lawsuit.
Yeah, it's my understanding that you won the case. School has to pay the legal fees, and what happened over the last 4 years that amounted to the tune of $400,000.
Yes, most of that is attorney's fees. Very little of it is for me.
Which brings in your attorney, Tyson. Why do you think he won this race?
Well, because I think the First Amendment is very clear that the university, public universities cannot compel professors to speak messages they disagree with. And this case was never about anything that Dr. Merriweather said or did. It was only about what the university was demanding he say. And he was punished simply for declining to express a message he doesn't believe. And that's antithetical to the First Amendment. And we think that the Supreme Court has said that time after time. And we're glad that the Sixth Circuit recognized that as well.
Nick, what was the relationship like with the student going forward?
From that point on, I thought we got along very well. The student ended up performing quite well. The student's quite intelligent. The issue was always with the administration. The administration had decided that we had ideology. We had to speak in such a way that we recognize the ideology. That's what I couldn't do, but there was no problem with the student.
Tyson, is the case done?
It is done, and we're hopeful that this sends a message to all universities and professors that we shouldn't be compelling professors to say things they don't believe.
Nick, thank you. Tyson, thanks to you. Shawnee State in Portsmouth, Ohio, a river town in south central Ohio on the north bank of the river. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming on today.
Thank you for having us.
Okay. Sandra.
All right, mixed reaction as Boston Marathon organizers banned Russian athletes who reside in Russia from competing. But were some living in other areas who support Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine allowed to run? We're asking that question. That's next.
Smiling faces, cheering crowds, a lot of energy, excitement. I think that we are so happy as a running community to be back.
For investors who can navigate this landscape, leveraging gold, a strategic and sustainable asset. The path is gilded with the potential for rich returns.
What can I do with less asthma? With Dupixent, I can do more. Crazy crowd control. Have a nice day, Alex. Taking the stairs, that's how you do more with Dupixent, which helps prevent asthma attacks. Dupixent is not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks. I can reduce or even eliminate oral steroids. And here's something important. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening during
infection. Don't change your stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor.
Are you ready to do more with less asthma?
Just ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
Which looks better, this or this? Seems clear to me. Buy 2 pairs of glasses for just $69.95 at America's Best, and they'll throw in an eye exam for free. It's a savings of at least $50. Book an exam online today.
After switching to the farmer's dog, we noticed so many improvements in Remy's health. His allergies were going away, and he just had amazing energy. It looks like nutritious food, and it is. I'm investing in my dog's health and happiness.
Get started at longlivedogs.com.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure complete balanced nutrition with 27 vitamins and minerals, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
Sean Penn on Special Report. Brian and Brett Baird to discuss his work in Ukraine and what needs to be done now. Don't miss the exclusive interview Tuesday.
Hello, this is Rachel, Cardholder Services. Calling in reference to your current report. There are no problems currently with your account. Sick of annoying spam calls? RoboKiller eliminates 99% of unwanted calls. Download RoboKiller today.
Itch, scratch, itch, scratch, bust up, itch, scratch, scratch. Stop the itch sanity. Maximum strength itch relief without a prescription. Goodbye. Zone 10.
Had enough? No, arthritis. Here, Aspercream arthritis. Full prescription strength. Reduces inflammation. Thank the gods. Don't thank them too soon.
King in the Aspercream.
Hey, it's me, your dry skin. We go through a lot every day, and loose ceramides might be your needs to seal in moisture. CeraVe facial moisturizers, developed with dermatologists, continuously deliver 3 essential ceramides to help restore my protective barrier so I can lock in moisture. With CeraVe, we can feel hydrated and look healthy all day. CeraVe facial moisturizing lotions from the #1 dermatologist recommended skincare brand.
Sick of annoying spam calls? RoboKiller eliminates 99% of unwanted calls, so you can live your life spam call free. Download RoboKiller today.
So the movie star Johnny Depp's defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife Amber Heard resuming with testimony just as wild as it was when it recessed on Thursday. Depp's personal addiction doctor testifying that he treated Depp after a fight with Heard back in 2015. The doctor offered a stunning detail, saying that during the fight, a piece of Johnny Depp's finger was chopped off, and it was found in the kitchen by the couple's chef. Another witness was one of Depp's addiction nurses at the time. Played out in court that she was concerned Depp was hanging out ransom while he was supposed to be in detox. She also testified that Depp gave her gifts such as a jewelry box and a fancy notepad, which she considered to be thank you gifts. So now you are up to date on the wild relationship that was.
I think there's a lot of interest in watching what happens there.
Yeah.
I know you've dug into it. 2 very famous people, very serious allegations.
We'll see if he wins this time. Otherwise, he's digging the hole even deeper.
All right, we'll keep watching this. Meanwhile, it is Patriots Day in Boston, with this year marking the 126th running of the Boston Marathon. But do not expect to see some Russian or Belarusian runners, as organizers banned them from competing due to Putin's invasion of Ukraine. All this as Boston police remain on high alert for the event following last week's subway shooting in New York City and the bombing on the marathon finish line 9 years ago. Hard to believe that much time has passed. Molly Lyon is live in downtown Boston for us on all of that. Hi, Molly.
Hello, Sandra. Well, as you mentioned, this collaboration of law enforcement, state, local, and federal are here to ensure to keep everyone safe on this beautiful day. And there are people from all over the world running in this race, more than 100 countries represented, not to mention, of course, all 50 states. But as you mentioned, the rules are different for Russians. These rules were put in place a little earlier this month. Russians and Belarusians who were accepted into the 2022 race and who are currently residing in either country were kicked out of the race earlier this month, no longer allowed to compete. However, Russians and Belarusian runners who are not residents of either country, they cannot run under the flag of either country. Now, the president of the Boston Athletic Association Tom Brook has expressed horror and outrage regarding the reporting out of Ukraine and released a statement noting that running is a global sport, writing, "We must do what we can to show our support to the people of Ukraine." Racers today expressed mixed emotions on this rule.
We gotta work as a community to do better, and I think to the people of Ukraine, being tolerant to those people also in Russia that might not, be with those thoughts and actions.
I understand the but I think the people that are being affected are not the ones.
It's a complex one because I'm not against the people, but it's the government's, and Putin, what he's up to. So that's why we're wearing our blue and yellow support Ukraine.
Patriots Day, the day of the Boston Marathon, one of the best days to be in this city. And now, thanks to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it is one more thing that many Russian citizens can no longer participate in on the world stage. Sandra?
Molly Wine at a very active scene there. Timing looks like a beautiful day.
Sure is.
For all this. Molly, thank you.
Thank you, Molly. We got another Fox News alert now, and a big one for anybody who travels. The much-hated mask mandate on the plane and on the train has in Florida. A federal judge blocked the Biden mandate for airlines and other public transportation, including a nationwide injunction. Now, the administration extended the mask mandate. It is not clear whether an appeal will be filed to allow the place. We have reached out to the White House for comment. Back up just a little bit. March 18th was the day it was supposed to be lifted from airplanes. Mm-hmm. It was extended a month until April 18th, which is today.
Yep.
And then a few weeks ago, the administration extended another 2 weeks to the 3rd of May. So technically, if you're flying right now on a plane, you could argue you don't have to wear the mask. And I'm certain some people are watching this broadcast right now and hearing about this for the first time.
Already pouring in Andy Biggs. Biden's unlawful mask mandate for travel has been struck down by a federal judge, taken on the CDC. And by the way, also crossing the wires, the CDC has now lifted its do not travel recommendations on about 90 countries just now. New at 2, Americans from coast to coast struggling to put food on the table, gas in their cars. What is being done about sky-high inflation when we return?
Your spirit is stronger than your highs and lows. Your creativity can outshine any bad day because you are greater than your bipolar 1. Then you can help take control of your symptoms and ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Once daily Vraylar is proven to treat depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol, weight gain, and high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Sleepiness and stomach issues are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. You are greater than your bipolar 1. Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie could help you save.
You're probably thinking that these two are in some sort of lover's quarrel. No. They're both invested in green energy and also each other.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop. What would you like the pod to do?
My name is Gordon. Growing up, my parents taught nutrition and fruits and vegetables, and that was incorporated in my upbringing. Balance of nature allows me to have servings of fruits and vegetables. So convenient. And one of the things I love to do is painting, especially now that I'm retired. A lot of times I will stay up at night, caught up in the moment, and the next thing I know, hours have gone by. It's my mind sharp and alert that allows me to, it's given me energy to do what I want to do. The most important to me is the peace of mind that I have, knowing that I can have the best health possible.
Start your journey with the best fruit and vegetable product. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. And don't forget your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code.
The Fed is printing money like crazy. Debt is rising by the trillions. Is there a way to profit from this madness? What do these experts say?
Worth, and that's why you want to own gold in your portfolio. Even betting this $3,000 gold is entirely possible.
Silver still has the biggest run coming up.
Gold will outperform stocks, and silver will outperform. Massive money printing and rising debt. Silver prices much higher. How high? Find out. Call for the experts' money printing report and gold and silver decision guide. See just how this could go.
I think gold and silver will win big.
Get this Mercury dime free. Also ask how you can get $10,000 in bonus gold or silver. Call Lear Capital now at 800-885-2000. 800-885-2000. 800-885-2000.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have low and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is. Call us at 1-800-333-4485. That's 1-800-333-4485. Or go to mesobook.com.
Are your sneezes putting your face? Stick with Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec, mumble number.
All new at 2, the far left media is still playing interference for President Biden as we work our way to the midterm elections while hedging just a bit, safe to say. Welcome back to America Reports as we roll into hour 2. And I'm Sandra Smith in New York.
And I'm Bill Hemmer in for John Roberts today. You're still putting up the band.
It's
good.
It's good to have you.
Thank you. Good to get back with you. So the president's poll numbers are in the tank. Members of his own party revolting over issues like inflation and the border. But as that's happening, the president can rely on his friends in the media and what seems to be a new tagline on behalf of them.
When it comes to inflation, there's not much the president can do about it.
There's not much that he can do about it. Not much he can do about it. Critics say the free pass makes perfect sense for a president accused of constantly passing the buck.
Byron York standing by live. Talk to Byron in a moment. First over the president facing pushback from his own party. Peter Ducey's got that story from the North Lawn. Hello, Peter.
And Bill, there are now some Democratic lawmakers suggesting that it's silly for the White House to be calling inflation a Putin price hike. Among them, Senator Joe Manchin. He says in a statement, when will this end? It is a disservice to the American people to act as if inflation is a new phenomenon. So that's not the only consistency. Mask mandates on planes have been extended, but things are also so good that COVID rules at the border are relaxed. And struggling to make sense of that is Democrat Kirsten Sinema, who says the administration's extension of public health emergency authorities proves the need to delay lifting Title 42 to protect the health and safety of Arizona communities and migrants. Biden's approval ratings are holding in the mid to low 30s, and Republicans think that means the House and Senate will soon be theirs.
No, we're not overconfident, but the one thing you have to look at, why is the president's numbers are so low? It's the wasteful, irresponsible spending that has led to higher prices and inflation.
And now even some of the president's closest political allies are urging him to take a second look at something he has long said will never happen, sending American troops to Ukraine to fight Russians.
I deeply happen next is that we will see Ukraine turn into Syria. The American people cannot turn away from this tragedy in Ukraine. I think the history of the 21st century, we defend freedom in Ukraine, and that Putin will only.
It's Easter egg roll day here at the White House, so we haven't heard the president talk much about the news of the day, just answering a shouted question. Filed his taxes. Bill.
Okay. Peter, thank you. Next. It's April 18th. Thanks, Peter.
Larry Kudlow joining us soon on that. Let's bring a Washington Examiner chief political correspondent Byron York. He's also a great to see you. I just put in a search. It was when Joe Biden, August 17th, 2021, said, "I'm the president of the United States and the buck stopped with me." And you look at the continued excuses, for example, continues to pass on like the Putin. Even Democrats are objecting to that strategy, like Joe Manchin.
Well, there was just nothing to the Putin price hike thing. It just didn't work because their own experience that inflation had begun concerned about it last year, and the administration was claiming it would be transitory last year. So it fell flat because inaccurate. It didn't describe what happened. And you know, on this idea that there's not much the president can do, for people who are historically minded, it's very reminiscent of what some defenders, Democrats, said about the last Democratic one-term president, Jimmy Carter, in the late 1970s. There wasn't much he could do about inflation. There wasn't much he could do about an energy crisis. There wasn't much he could do about the Iranian hostage crisis. There was this thought that the president really didn't have very many powers, and obviously he became a one-term president because the American people just didn't buy that.
But Byron, they're not helpless. You know, if you want to do something about gas prices, oil and gas industry, you can do something about that. If you want to do something about the border, you could take action down there. Haven't done that as well. You want to do something about crime, you can push back on the progressive DAs. There seems to be very little evidence that on all three fronts there, that decision late on Friday, notwithstanding for oil leases that drive up the royalty price, they haven't done much on any of these issues.
Yeah, and those are huge issues. Each one, especially inflation, are huge issues for the American voters in the midterms. And you know, you just played Kevin McCarthy talking about the president's job approval rate. It is one of the most important determinants for how his party performs in that first midterm test. And if the president's job approval rating, Gallup has looked back over 60 years of this, if the president's job approval rating is 50% or higher, his party still loses seats, but it's kind of minor, maybe a dozen, maybe 14 seats. If the president's job approval rating is below 50%, his party loses over 35 seats. Joe Biden is currently at about 40 to 41%.
That is why the New York Times is asking about a Biden bloodbath, saying that America's changed its mind and its mood. Someone to distract from the misery, it says, under this administration. So you're already making predictions. What does November look like?
Well, the one thing about House races is there's 435 of them. They kind of reflect larger trends, and some strategists believe this is already almost kind of baked in the cake, because barring some enormous world-changing event, inflation is the American voters' highest concern. They give President Biden a job approval rating of around 30-something% in dealing with it. And the president has lost independence just enormously. He won independence by 13 points in 2020. And now most polls have shown independents are about 30-60 against him. That is 30% approved, 60% disapprove. That is terrifying to Democrats.
Issues to the side, Byron. There was a poll that came out over the weekend about, whoa, what's going on down there? Smitty, is that you?
I have magic powers.
Now we're back. Boom, see, watch. There was a poll about young Americans and millennials. Really, I mean, these numbers were on the floor. Issues to the side, Byron. How much consideration have you given to the possibility that a lot of Americans just look at Joe Biden in his late 70s and think he's just not up to the job?
Yeah, he is, of course, our oldest president. Will turn 80 years old this November. Never happened before in U.S. history. And there are rising concerns among Americans about whether he is up for the job. Not whether he has dementia, not whether he doesn't know where he is, but whether he has slowed down and is simply not up for the most rigorous executive job in the world. So that is an increasing factor in the president's job approval rating.
Thank you, Byron.
Good to have you here, Byron.
Nice to see you.
Thank you, Bill.
You know, and it's add to your list, the border, inflation.
Yes.
obviously gas prices, fuel prices sky high, and then the parental rights and parents during COVID learning what's happening in the classroom, and this now continued concern that they're losing control. We're seeing this in so many different American
New Jersey
cities.
shows that election last. Did you? I can't remember.
I bet I said poof, I brought it back. Can we do that every day?
We will.
All right, also do it too. The autopsy results, as we mentioned, are in now for a mother found stuffed in a duffel bag murder. And the findings suggest the victim never stood a chance. We will look at that, plus the terrifying message to the victim's family, warning they will be next.
Also disgraced and ousted New York Governor Andrew Cuomo now calling out corruption in the Democratic Party. You heard that right, scolding other politicians for their behavior in office. What could Cuomo be planning next?
Also to come, why economists are bracing for the big R word, recession. Larry Kudlow will join us on that.
And they still may not control inflation. It'll be the worst of all worlds, high inflation and high unemployment.
You're probably thinking that these two are in some sort of lover's quarrel. No. They're energy. And also each other.
It's so impressive, you just can't stop. What would you like the power to do? Introducing the all-electric Chevy Silverado, the only EV truck that combines a multi-flex mid-gate and up to a 400-mile range on a full charge. And the only Chevy.com. Find your future, find.
If time be of all things the most precious, wasting time must be the greatest indulgence. Never leave until tomorrow that which you can do today. It should be the day you reclaim your life and live pain-free like I do. Many great Americans have walked this very path I've walked today, and I'm so happy to physically be here and share my story with you. Recently, an injury limited my ability to move, and I was experiencing a great deal of pain. Like many of you suffering from pain, I wanted a 100% drug pain, and I found it, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free and created by doctors, backed by scientific research, related to help your body fight pain and you truly can feel the difference. Call 1-800-4RELIEF or just go to relieffactor.com to feel the difference. Get the with Leaf Guard, the gutter system guaranteed to never clog. Call 1-800-953-2348 or visit leafguard.com today. Leaf Guard is protecting your property from costly damage, whatever the weather, and is backed by a lifetime no-clog warranty. All so you can stop worrying about your gutters and start thinking about what you actually want to do. Call 1-800-953-2348 so our local pros can answer your questions. For a limited time, get a $50 gift card, your free in-home estimate, plus $99 installation and 0% monthly interest for 18 months. Call 1-800-953-2348 and get the gutter out of your mind. With Leaf Guard, get it and forget it.
Veteran homeowners, need a financial boost? The New Day 100 VA loan lets you borrow up to 100% of your home's value and take out up to $60,000 or more. Give them a call.
Call 1-844-809-1393.
Veteran homeowners, New Day wants to help you use your VA home loan benefit to get more cash, more savings, more peace of mind. The New Day 100 VA loan lets you borrow up to 100% of your home's value, up to $60,000 or more. Veterans are saving an average of $650 every month. With more ways to help more veteran families, no bank, no lender, no one knows veterans like New Day USA.
Call 1-844-809-1393.
Exclusively on Fox Station. It's the show that has America talking. Tucker Carlson Originals, Suicide of Los Angeles. Don't miss a special sneak peek tonight on Tucker Carlson Tonight.
Why do you need insurance? After 40, a guy loses free testosterone.
even I couldn't stay in shape like I used to. So the eugenics really work. Oh yeah, my workouts are incredible now. I'm feeling stronger, more energetic, with a lot more drive.
So say I'm someone who should try eugenics. How does he do that?
It's easy. Just send a text to a complimentary bottle.
Frank's right. Now you can claim a complimentary bottle of award-winning eugenics by texting ATTRACT to 369-369. Its unique formula is powered by testosterone, a patented key ingredient clinically researched to help a man feel stronger, leaner, more energetic, and more passionate. Text ATTRACT to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Eugenics Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Eugenics Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever. To help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. That's ATTRACT to 369-369.
I tried a laxative that's both gentle and fast.
Great tasting Dulcolac soft chews works with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. Puts you comfortably in control. Dulcolac soft chews.
I'll try this. Full prescription strength reduces inflammation. Thank God. Don't think things too soon.
Pain in the ass for cream.
Now, Wall Street's big morning, Goldman Sachs is heading for a recession. That's as Americans are already facing sky-high prices on just about everything from food to fuel. And as possible for so many in this country today, let's bring Larry Kudlow, who's Fox Business. Larry, great to see you here.
I'm lonely. I'm usually lonely here.
And so
I wanted to come on set and they wouldn't let me.
And Hemmer took your chair.
Larry, you're always welcome.
All right. Jen Psaki just put out a tweet. I asked our team to this on tax day. I know you and I are going to talk later. She says, Larry, a clear choice this tax day. The president wants to cut taxes for middle-class Americans and ask billionaires and big corporations to pay their fair share. And then takes on Republicans like Rick Scott, who want to raise taxes on working families by an average of $1.5 thousand. What is your response? Wants to lower taxes for the average in this country?
My first response is that it's absolute baloney. I mean, it's just complete baloney. And what is ignored, what John Maynard Keynes called the cruelest tax of all, which is high inflation, which is costing typical families, working class families, over $5,000 a year so far, and rising, I might add. That doesn't include the 8.5% CPI. The other point I want to make is Biden's attempt to raise the corporate tax and the capital gains tax would do great harm to middle-income people. Even though they're not taxed directly, the damage to the economy and the damage to their wages by jacking up business taxes would be enormous. So he can talk about Rick Scott. Rick Scott has a long history of being for lower taxes. All Scott is talking about is tax reform, flattening the tax rates and broadening the base. So I would say that their response, just like everything else they do, they're in complete denial about inflation. Here's another one. They're in complete denial about the very strong drop in real wages, all right? Again, working class wages, adjusted for inflation, have fallen by nearly 4% over the past 12 months. 4%. Now that is, again, to use Maynard Keynes, that's the cruelest tax of all, namely inflation.
All right, so I rarely do this, but I'm going to ask you a two-part question. One, are we heading for recession? And two, the question that I get most following that statement, especially looking at now Goldman Sachs making a call 35% likelihood of entering recession. What do you do with your money? If you are somebody who's looking at your 401k, your retirement fund, your investment portfolio, you're nervous when people bring up the R word. So should people move even into cash? What's this market going to do?
Well, that's a good point. Look, first of all, I before we get to recession in 23 or 24, you're going to go through the stagflation, okay, which is kind of where we are now. In the first quarter, inflation is going to be about 8%, but real GDP, Sandra, is only going to be about 1.5%, maybe 2% at the outside. So inflation is going to run, 4 times the growth of the economy. That's speculation. I don't think it will end well. And I think as the Fed takes the punch bowl away, the threat of recession next year is very, very high. So I'll leave that, but not imminent. Now, I like your second question. What do? You know what you do? I'm kind of taken by these Treasury I bonds. You wear these I bonds. So they set a rate that actually is at or slightly higher than the inflation rate. And I think the deal is measured by the CPI. You can get about a 10% yield on these Treasury I bonds. They're like savings accounts, okay, but they're adjusted for inflation. And actually, the Treasury should adjust the coupon. The coupon is still zero, even though the inflation rate is running upwards.
That's interesting. A little bit more of a sophisticated play. But certainly for people who see what's happening, they're worried.
Well,
Should they be?
You know I'm a sophisticated guy, and I'm trying to give you the best possible advice.
You know, everyone's going to want that direct. I can tell you that much. She's going to ask me, what should I be doing? So how do you answer it?
But I really think the I bonds is something people should look at. Second, cavalry's on the way. You're going to get a GOP sweep in November. You heard Byron York say the same thing. He knows more about politics than I do, but that's what the polls are showing that. So I would suggest you're in the stock market now, stay there. Investment strategy is always stocks for the long run.
Interesting.
It's the best performing asset class. Stocks beat bonds, stocks.
Because we're getting a lesson from Larry Kudlow right now.
Keep going.
Historically, U.S. stock market has only gone up. But we saw what happened during COVID a couple years ago. On the onset, there was a significant sell-off.
3 weeks later, the market rebounded.
Right.
Huge. I remember Steve Mnuchin and I saying that during the panic when markets were going down. We were attacked by some other networks, but it turned out to be a terrible hurricane passed the same companies that were in value. And that's the other part I'd say. Not only should people hang on to their holdings, I hope they own index funds. They should own the S&P index and some other. They should hold for the long run, and they should invest savings, even if it's a few $100s a month. Invest, particularly if the stock market goes down. They should come in, hold it forever, hold it for 50 years, hold it for 80 years. Do not try to outguess the market. Do not listen to the geniuses on Wall Street who think they can time the market, but they can't. Time and time again, the index funds have outperformed all the Wall Street geniuses and the hedge funds, with very, very few exceptions. Warren Buffett has always said, buy stocks for the long run. Jeremy Siegel wrote the textbook, buy stocks for the long run. My professor at Princeton, Burt Matthew, buy stocks for the long run. Believe me, and if the market does go down, and I agree, because interest rates are going up and the Fed's going to take away the punch bowl, and we're probably going to have a recession in the next couple of years. If the market corrects way down, put your monthly savings into it and hold it for 50 years.
And buy stocks, you know it, right, Larry?
The cavalry is coming.
All right. So we are lesson, Howard.
Yeah, we wanted it.
Larry, I will join you 4 o'clock for your tax special coming up on Fox Business Network, and I look forward to being there with you.
And we're going to let John set. That's the key.
I can't wait. Charlie Hurt, I've heard, is joining us as well, so it'll be fun. Good way to end the day. Thank you very much, Larry.
Thank you.
So inflation on the Big Mac meter, inflation is beefing up the price of your burger. The average cost of the Big Mac jumped 7% between the years 2020 and 2021, the highest one-year jump since MTV aired its first music video, and Donkey Kong was the hottest new tech game. Wow, did not know that. Price of a Big Mac now averages nearly $6, according to the Economist magazine Big Mac Index. Price hike comes as the industry faces rising costs of food and labor. No word the hamburger has been forced to increasing its burden.
And applies to you because we are coming out of the Lenten season.
Coming out of Lenten season. You got 7 weeks at the McDonald's across the street at 46th and 6th Avenue. Friday fish fillet. Small fry.
Like clockwork.
But Smitty, that's how you count down the weeks until Easter Sunday.
And you made it.
One less fish fillet.
And you made it. To new beginnings. Yes. So. a much more expensive fish sandwich now. All right, New York's now former lieutenant governor in court today after being arrested and charged with campaign finance fraud. Now, one of the most well-known Democrats in New York is calling out corruption in his own party. That person, disgraced former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Eric Sean has the details. Eric.
Hello, Sandra. Well, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, yep, he's back. And he's firing at his fellow Democrats, including indicted former Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin, who was in court this morning. Cuomo, who was elected governor 3 times, following in the footsteps of his father, the Democratic icon Mario Cuomo, who resigned as governor 8 months ago in that sexual harassment scandal. But now Cuomo is taking on his Democratic successors, taking swipes at progressive prosecutors, tax and spend liberals, slamming what he calls politics as usual. Cuomo writes in the New York Daily News, in part, quote, district attorneys must prosecute crimes, real tax relief. If the Democrats do not make a dramatic difference quickly, I fear the people will make that difference by defeating Democrats in November. But Cuomo is also targeting Brian Benjamin, who resigned last week. He was indicted in a finance scandal. Benjamin is accused of siphoning off state funds into his campaign. Through campaign contributions, he has pled not guilty. Shows that New York State's entire system to try from having conflicts of interest has failed. Democratic political consultant Hank Sheinkoff told us that Cuomo speaking out now is the first step in trying to run for office again.
You can't get rid of him, he'll be back. You can't take the life out of a politician like Andrew Cuomo. Why? This is the only thing he's ever known, and he's not going to give up easy.
If he does as a Democrat in the June primary, he'll have 6 more weeks to file as a possible independent candidate if he wants to run again for something. But as for now, Benjamin, well, his next primary ballot for June, but there are, of course, no efforts to try and erase that off before the general election in November. New York still now does not have a new lieutenant governor.
Okay, Eric Sean on that for us. Eric, thank you.
In a moment here, the murder mystery in New York. What we are learning about the mother who ended up in a duffel bag cabin. The chilling warning sent to her family.
Plus, the story we first brought you just a few days ago, more than 100 cases of a rare brain cancer. The connection, this same high school. Now, officials are demanding answers.
All that, the accusations of blackface that fell flat on their face.
No one deserves the American dream of home ownership more than veterans. At New Day, you can buy a home with no down payment, and rates are still near the lowest in history. Already own a home and need cash? With the New Day 100 loan, you can get up to $60,000 or more and lower your payment $615 a month. No bank, no lender, no one. New Day USA. Call 1-866-794-8670.
It's my 552. It's Ubrelvy for any time, anywhere. Worrying if it's too late or where I am. One dose can quickly stop my migraine in its tracks within 2 hours.
Unlike older medicines, Ubrelvy is a protein believed to be a cause of migraine. Do not take what's most common side effects were nausea and tiredness. Ask about Ubrelvy and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
About 11 years ago, that I wanted to be a burden to nature. I could finally go outside and play soccer with my kids. You know, for the first time, I was laughing again. It put the sparkle back in my eyes, and so I could go back into my life. With Balance of Nature, my energy, even with not a lot of sleep, I could function and be the mom I needed to be for my son. So I would recommend it to anyone, but I would Balance of Nature to moms. I just want every mom to be the mom that they want to be.
Having good to spend quality time with your family, do all the extra, only dream that you would ever be able to do again. Yeah, it means everything. Balance of Nature does that.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and don't forget to use discount code Fox News.
I'm Frank Silla, the chairman and CEO of the Tunnels to Towers Foundation that was started in honor of my brother, New York City firefighter who died on 9/11. We want to help children of fallen first responder families and Gold Star families who died in line.
My husband was deployment with the Army in Afghanistan when he was shot and killed. And within hours, literally, we got a phone call from Frank Siller at Tunnel to Towers letting our family our mortgage. And just, I can't describe the burden that list.
They told me he wasn't coming home. And shortly after that, we were notified that they would be paying off the mortgage.
My daddy always wanted to get me. We're so grateful you helped us out. Wow, love you.
We, as Americans, better be there to take care of these families left behind.
Join the Tunnel to Towers Foundation on a mission to do good in support of America's heroes.
I have signed up for $11 a month for parents have signed up. Every Gold Star family mortgage-free living. I think the fact that for $11 a month you can provide peace of mind and get a family a home is just unspeakable.
On 9/11, hundreds of first responders died. Since then, thousands of service members were killed protecting our country. There are over 1,000 families that need our help.
These are the people that go out every day. That's why we make sure as a foundation of families and fallen first responder families that have young children left behind. We're going to continue to accomplish great things.
When it comes to preserving, we never have complete control. Not really. We can't control inflation. We can't control government debt. We can't control the declining dollar. But buying gold and silver from Rosalind Capital help take control.
Rosalind Capital, a trusted leader in helping people acquire precious metals. Gold bullion, Lady Liberty gold and silver proofs can help you preserve your wealth. Call Rosalind Capital. 8900 to receive your free Rosalind Guide to Gold, Gold and Precious Metals IRA, and silver brochures. With Rosalind, there are shipping is fast and reliable. Take control. Call Rosalind Capital today at 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. That's 800-630-8900.
A couple woke warriors blackface, but there is just one big problem with their accusation. The man is black. How that is going over in just a moment.
Interesting there. Meanwhile, here in New York, there's a murder mystery. A murder mystery taking several strange twists and turns. Two teenage boys shown here was found inside of a duffel bag near her home this weekend. Her body in pieces, and now we're learning about how she died. That's where police believe the mother was murdered, and what you just saw. Image from a surveillance camera this weekend. Laura, what more do we know?
Hey, Bill, yeah, we're in Forest Queens, and police who I've been talking to this afternoon tell me they are still so bizarre and so brutal can happen along this very quiet street. You mentioned the Tudor-style home. Let me show you the side here. Police believe that side exit of this home could be key in possibly how the murderer left this home, and we will get to that. But as we go through this, we can tell you that the crime occurred early Saturday inside of this home. Still no suspects to name, and there have been reports that 51-year-old Orshalia Gall may have been stabbed as many as 60 times. And we just heard from the New York City Medical Examiner's Office, which confirmed today that her cause of death was injuries of the neck, and manner of death is in fact two teenage boys was found, as you mentioned, stuffed inside a duffel bag, which security cameras here in this neighborhood caught on video being rolled down this street.
near to a local park. Now, a trail of blood leading police back to Gall's home, and the side door here. The person seen rolling the duffel bag on wheels still has not been identified. I just spoke with a man who lives a block away. He says he still just can't believe it.
Originally, it was a shock. And then this happened,
And according to reports, Gall was last seen Friday night going out with friends, and a person walking their dog made the grim discovery Saturday morning around 8 a.m., noticing blood coming from a duffel bag lying on the ground a short distance from this woman's home. Gall lived with her husband and 2 teenage boys. Her husband out of town, and the 13-year-old was reportedly on the top floor when police arrived. That son has reportedly been questioned and released. Investigators are also reportedly looking into a text message the husband received from his wife's cell phone saying, quote, "Your whole family is next." Gall and one of her sons had been reported missing once before, according to some reports. That deepens this mystery. Again, still no arrest. We have not heard from police here at the scene, but the mystery unfolds and we are still trying to get more answers. But again, new information coming from the medical examiner's office this afternoon. We'll bring you more as we get it here.
Okay, Laura, thank you. Laura Engel in Queens, New York, just east of New York City.
New information coming in on a story we first told you about Friday. More than 100 cases of a rare brain cancer. The victims all attended the same high school, it turns out, in New Jersey. Now the mayor is demanding. Alexis McAdams is live outside Colonia High School, supposedly where it all happened. Alexis?
Sandra, that's right. And to say the talk of Colonia here in New Jersey would be an understatement. Everybody that we've met with, including the students who are off on spring break right now, say their parents have been talking about it. And people want more answers. Also, New Jersey Congressman Sandra calling for a full investigation CDC into what he's calling a suspected cancer cluster. We're on edge. Listen.
I mean, you always worry about it. I mean, my kids went to school here. Everybody went to school here that lived in Colonia, so how do we check everybody?
So take a look here. Members of a private out of New Jersey are here testing the school grounds at Colonia. Going on for a few weeks, according to neighbors. So the team is using GPS technology to survey the air and the land, checking for traces of radon and radiation in the air and in the ground. After spring break are scheduled to go on as planned. So radon testing kits inside of the classroom, students tell me. So that's been a little bit of a concern too for some parents. So the New Jersey High School at the center of this environmental investigation coming after more than 100 former students and staff came forward saying they've had cases of rare brain tumors. So far, most of the people who have battled this disease between 1975 and 2000. This also proposed by a Colonia alumni, Al Lupiano. Lupiano graduated from the school in 1989. He was then diagnosed with an acoustic neuroma about 10 years later. That's a slow-growing tumor on that main nerve that leads from the inner ear to the brain. And it wasn't just him going through treatment. It was his wife and his sister who were both diagnosed with brain tumors as well. And his sister was cancerous and she died. Her widow, speaking to Fox. Listen.
I don't think it's too little too late because really nobody shed any light on this until now. So maybe that was my wife's illness and her death. Maybe and find out answers.
And that family here in New Jersey still grieving. They're looking for more information. The testing, though, according to 6 weeks. New Jersey Congressman Frank Pallone, we reached out to his once again, he's calling for more federal partners to get involved, but says at this time there's just not enough concrete evidence. So he wants there more testing to be done. Sandra?
Alexis McAdams there. Thank you very much.
Mystery, don't you think, right? You had that Lucky Charm story. I don't know what happened to that. But...
And you got to wonder how the parents feel of the students who attend the school that are still going. That's tough. And the teachers and the staff, obviously.
Well, we'll try and get an answer on this. A pair of so-called diversity and inclusion activists in Arizona calling out a DJ for performing in blackface. The problem was the DJ was African-American, was black. William Janess is that story from LA. What happened here, William? diversity advocates who are so intent on calling out a Scottsdale school for hiring a white guy to play a black DJ, they failed to check to see if Coco Hunter was actually black, which, as you can see in this photo. We also have some video of Hunter performing at this charity event for Hopi Elementary School. One of the activists, Jill Lassen, is a school librarian. She's also Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. The other, Professor Stuart Roden. He's a member of the district's Equity and Inclusion Committee. Well, they criticized Hopi Elementary, the PTA, for hiring a black face to host because they were wrong. This response from the head of the PTA, accusing the Hopi PTA and myself of hiring a DJ that participated in racist behavior is absolutely against your mission. The DJ at the Hopi that the PTA did hire was, in fact, a black man, and it's insulting that you feel myself or the PTA would condone racist behavior or encourage it by posting it on social media. So, one of those individuals, Bill, has apologized. She said she should have checked first. Roden did not, and said that the ASU professor said it looked like the DJ actually made his face darker, even though he was a black man. We reached out to both these individuals and got no response. Thank you, William. William knows an S there. So.
All right, one is the Blue Bird versus Elon Musk. The story continues after Musk's big bid to buy the app and what he says a push for free speech on that point. Constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley will join us on about the just announced federal travel mask mandate getting tossed by a judge. So he'll join us on both those next.
When you find that perfect pair, nothing can stop you shine, because when you feel fly.
Jamie, I'm pretty sure that was my line. Plus a free exam for $89.95. Book your exam online today.
Looking to get back in your type 2 diabetes zone? Once weekly Ozempic can help. Ozempic is proven to lower A1C. Most people who took Ozempic reached an A1C, and you may lose weight. Adults lost on average up to 20. In adults also with known heart disease, Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular disease. Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes with the sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Diabetes zone? Ask your healthcare provider today about.
You may pay as little as $25 for a 3-month prescription.
United We Pledge has partnered with Balance of Nature to help ensure traditional American freedoms exist. United We Pledge is raising money to build an American that will house replicas of key historic buildings and realistic portrayals of the men and women who helped shape this nation. This village will provide educational experiences for these funds and bring awareness to this project. World record holding endurance running 76 consecutive marathons from the original American Village in Alabama to the future home of the American Village West in Washington County, Utah. He will be Balance of Nature is proud to provide fruits and veggies in a Patriot Pack for a limited time to support this effort. A portion of the proceeds from each Patriot Pack will go directly to United We Pledge to help build this project. Use promo code VILLAGE to receive 35% off your first preferred order. Go to buypatriotpack.com to start your pledge to help preserve the freedoms we value.
World trip. If you book a Priceline, you'll save more, so you can grow more.
Bro.
Good thing you saved on the trip. Priceline. Every trip is a big deal.
I was trying to refinance my mortgage. I went to check my credit score and I found a couple of inquiries that I had not initiated. Within a few weeks of working with creditrepair.com, my credit score went up about 60 points.
Get started at creditrepair.com.
The Biden presidency, that's imploding, and it's about to get much worse. Another massive migrant caravan is on our way. Texas Governor Greg Abbott weighs in on hand.
I tried a laxative that's both gentle and fast.
Great tasting Dalkalac soft chews works naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. Puts you comfortably in control. Dalkalac soft chews.
How is this not play?
Aspartame arthritis, full prescription strength, reduces inflammation. Don't touch my piano.
America's reached a tipping point. The cost of living is up. Gas is up. Everything is expensive. You'll likely be driving the car you own today long after the warranties expire. We need to hold strong and defend ourselves through CarShield. CarShield is American strong and has already helped millions of drivers save on expensive car.
Have a manufacturer's warranty, a minor repair can be a large expense. $4,900, so I say that's a pretty good value.
Our hard-earned money is spread thin. Luckily, CarShield offers affordable month-to-month protection. They offer protection plans for your vehicle's major parts and systems. The protection you can trust before your next breakdown. You can call CarShield. Call now.
Protect yourself from the unprecedented rise in cost for parts and money with your price lock guarantee. Call 800-282. 800-286-4512.
So some of the media is still freaking out a little bit over Elon Musk and Twitter.
If Musk can't buy, the game is rigged, and it proves how deep the corruption goes. Very much a conservative conspiracy theory.
He likes to say outrageous things, and he likes just to say them, and sometimes he's tweeting necessarily cruel. All times he's just having fun.
To Twitter and to freedom of speech. He has been known to say some of the most transphobic and homophobic things to his millions of followers.
Was saying his offer is about free speech, but you saying that Musk is the issue himself. We're bringing Jonathan Turley, George Washington University law professor and Fox News contributor. Jonathan, nice to see you, sir. Good day to you. This is the nightmare of being forced into free speech. Let's go ahead and make your point about Musk.
Well, it's all becoming perfectly Orwellian. If you read the Washington Post, Max Boot, freedom means tyranny. The more freedom, the less democracy you have. And that seems to be the mantra coming from many who are critics of this move. The problem is, has seriously undermined its company. Musk has said potential there and that he can unlock it. He's right. I mean, it's a communications company against free speech, just like being Ford against cars. You know, this free speech is the thing that's the lifeblood of these companies. And this board has made Twitter synonymous with censorship. You have this collective freakout going on about that free speech could break out on Twitter. Well, it's going to put a test for the board as to whose interests really matter here. You have a whale of an investor come in, offer about a 50% increase on the share value from before he made his purchase. Poison pills and assured be taken hostage. But what they're all complaining about is this fear that free speech could break out again on their site, like it's some type of virus.
For people at home, based on your analysis, the number to watch is $60 a share. $2 today, about $47 a share. You'd like the problem for the board will occur when the nightmare of free speech comes in at $60 a share. Can you just give me a 15-second rundown on why you think that's the magic number? Then I want to move to the master of breaking the code.
Right. It might not be the magic number. The point is that if you move up from where he was, the board gets into serious legal problems. They could find themselves in court because shareholders may ultimately revolt and say, you know, we're not here to bankroll your political agenda. If he offers even more on these shares, whose interests are you advancing? These boards have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders. But the Twitter board has routinely, in my view, violated that duty by crippling their own product, by pushing an anti-free speech product.
Is pretty good at trolling. We did that earlier today by saying the board would not make any money. They say $3 million off the bat. Quickly, a judge in Florida ruled in the past hour, and it had been extended and extended and extended. Now, he ruled that unconstitutional on mandate. Now, does that mean if you're on a plane right now that you don't have to wear a mask, or how do you interpret this ruling, sir?
The issue here is there's going to be a lot of confusion as to you are required to wear a mask. This is a ruling out of Tampa. What the judge said was that the CDC had exceeded its authority. The CDC already blocked in the past. If you remember, it is a moratorium at the request of President Biden that many of us said was clearly unlawful, and the courts ruled that way. Now you're lawful. You've extended this rule. The judge question as to whether wearing any mask, which is a very broad category, really makes sense. These are most masks that the CDC themselves said are really ineffective.
In a word, can this ruling be appealed?
It can, and the CDC has the advantage. They're given great deference in terms like sanitation, which are critical to these regulations. But this is going to throw everything up in the air, literally, as people try to decide which rule applies.
So then CDC in Atlanta, the Court of Appeals could hear it in Atlanta. We'll see if that's the case next. So thank you, Professor. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
All right, good stuff. We'll get more on that coming up. Meanwhile, this fight is not over, but at least there is some good news for folks flying one particular airline. Cat Tim is on deck, and much more you need to know on that story.
See him? He's not checking his stats. He's finding some investment ideas with Murray. Eyes on the ball, baby.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop. What would you like the power to do? Your spirit is stronger than your highs and lows. Your creativity can outshine any bad day because you are greater than your bipolar one. And you can help take control of your symptoms and ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Once daily Vraylar is proven to treat depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol, weight gain, and high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Sleepiness and stomach issues are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. You are greater than your bipolar 1. Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie could help you save.
From roof to foundation, the damage to your home can be devastating from clogged gutters, leaking roofs, rotting wood and fascia, and flooded basements. Protect your entire home with Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system. Once our ladders go up, you can put yours down forever.
One of the things that I like the most is I don't have to get back on the ladder anymore.
Leaf Filter starts by cleaning, sealing, and realigning your gutters. We then install our micro mesh screen over your existing gutters, which is guaranteed to filter out everything except for water.
Trying other products is what made us finally go to Leaf Filter.
And Leaf Filter's lifetime transferable warranty makes it an extraordinary value.
Leaf Filter is going to make my home more valuable, especially when I go to sell it.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, the itching, the burning.
The stinging. My skin was no longer mine.
Emerge Tremfyant. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clear skin at 16 weeks. The majority of people saw 90% clear skin even at 5 years. Tremfya is the first medication of its kind, also approved for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. And it's 6 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them.
Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or cleansing.
Emerge Tremfiant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
It's hard to contain your excitement when you get something you've really wanted. Like the gold standard in automotive protection, the WeatherTech floor liners. With deep sculpted channels and laser measured for total protection in the front, back, and even up the sides.
Dad, you're going viral.
What?
So don't be shy, enjoy. Order your premium American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
She's eating the rocket.
Let's go on the open road with a safe stay. Now get double Best Western rewards points on every stay. And with rewards points that never expire, nights fast. Book now at bestwestern.com.
Veteran homeowners need cash? At New Day, you can borrow up to 100%, $60,000 or more. We call $6,602. That's more than ever.
We called and we got $62,810.
Home values are soaring. You need to turn your home equity into cash.
We called $1,201.
We called and we got $58,800.
Use it to improve your home or save for retirement.
$60,300.
Take 10 minutes and call. Say 1-844-383-1596.
I'm Bill Hemmer. I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Dana Perino, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
American News with top news stories 7 days a week and providing a contrasted perspective. Where else? Download the Fox News Rundown at foxnewspodcasts.com.
We're on the breaking news out of Florida. Judge blocking the CDC's mask mandate for public transportation. Let's bring in Kat Timpf. Kat, everybody's trying to figure out what exactly this means. Many are just ready to rip off their mask if they're sitting on a train or a plane. We don't know if that is going to explain that one for us, but obviously, but could be appealed at any moment.
Yeah, it's exciting for sure because a lot of people don't like wearing masks. A lot of this narrative is just not that big of a deal. But it's really hard to hear that someone who personally feels a different way. And millions of people feel that way. I happen to be one of them, where if I have an Uber driver or a Lyft driver and I see that they're not wearing their mask, that I don't have to wear a mask for a car ride. And that's
I like when they say, I'm okay if you're okay.
yes.
Yeah, that.
Yes, because even people who are wearing them, for a lot of people, it's because they have their mask kind of like the chin strap method, where it's sort of on, but it's like, look, you don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, do we really have to do this? Which is why even mandates, a lot of research shows that mandates don't necessarily always correspond to mask use. I know for me to pull it down, and I know a lot of people feel this.
It's almost like, I won't tell it, you won't tell it.
Exactly.
It's
Yeah,
between us.
absolutely.
And two people can decide a lot based on that. Here is Jen Psaki on the transit extension from the White House Wednesday.
Since early April, there's been increases in the 7-day moving average of the cases in the United States. So what the time to assess its potential impact. Their assessment and a data gathering standpoint is that 2 weeks would give them some additional time to do that.
Dig into that how you will, Kat.
Yeah, she's referring to shows during the Omicron surge over Christmas time. Florida, they had very similar infection rates, despite the fact that California obviously had the mask mandate, and Florida's Florida, not really doing there might be some small difference where Florida didn't test as many people. Negligible, especially when you consider the rhetoric that they use when they talk about masks and the difference that it makes just doesn't line up with the facts.
Yeah. I tell you what you got to worry about, Kat. Set to resume alcohol servers on some flights.
I think that's great. I think it's about time. The only danger there is I think with the masks,
you want to keep drinking as much as you can so you don't have to put it back on.
Don't think people haven't, right?
Yeah, look, I think that a lot of the unruly passengers have to do with the fact that you're half suffocating yourself the entire time you're on the flight. And if it's a long flight, it can really start to be a burden after a while.
Coast to coast, that's a 6-hour cocktail.
Yeah. If I have to, I'll do it. This has been the ban of the halting of the alcohol sales has been going since early 2020. This is one of the first things they did. So this is a big change for travelers. Yeah, absolutely. Won't have to maybe bring my wine from the lounge in a coffee mug anymore, which is not allowed.
Thank you, Kat.
Be clear.
We're
Some
watching.
people do it. I've heard. We've heard. Kat, thank you.
Thanks. Kat, Tim, see you later tonight. So, I flew the other day.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. It's fine.
With the mask on.
Short flight, thank goodness.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to see it go. But before we go, could some of the world's smartest minds trigger an alien invasion, Sandra? Oh, there is a group of scientists suggesting that sending a message to deep space where they think there could be life, which would include information on Earth, details on the human race, and instructions on how to get here. Others say that's not such a good idea. They point out there's a good chance any species advanced enough to make their way to our planet might want to take over. Well, a roadmap.
Question mark, apostrophe,
Yeah, question.
exclamation mark.
You don't think I'm wrong about that, do you? Like on the iPhone, you need to separate from the question. And you can do it with a period or a comma on the keyboard, which would prevent you from firing a question as if you were yelling.
Doesn't happen after 2 hours.
I don't think you disagree.
I don't disagree. Good to have you here.
You too.
Thank you very much for helping us out. Thanks for joining us. I'm Sandra Smith.
Yeah, I'm Bill Hemmer. Trace takes it over right now. Roadmap to Earth. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Trace. A live update from the Pentagon this hour. But first to the story that's breaking right now. A federal judge has just struck down the government's airplanes and other forms of public transportation. The district judge in Tampa says the CDC failed to justify its decision to continue the mandate, which was just extended until information with correspondent Jillian Turner. She's live for us in the nation.
Hi, Trace. So a federal judge appointed by former President Trump just vacated the CDC's mask mandate. This is at airports and on planes nationwide. It also applies to transport hubs, including train and bus stations. This decision, as you can imagine, has wide-ranging implications for tens of millions of Americans now as the summer travel season is beginning to kick into gear. Now, U.S. District Judge Catherine Kimball-Mizell in Tampa writes, as you mentioned, the CDC failed to justify its decision and, quote, the mask mandate exceeds the CDC's statutory authority and violates the procedures required for agency rulemaking. Just last week, the Biden administration extended the national mandate by 15 days, and before this ruling, it was slated to expire on May 3rd. Take a listen.
The rise of the cases had on severe disease, including hospitalizations and deaths and healthcare system capacity. And their assessment from a medical standpoint, a data gathering standpoint, is that 2 weeks would give them some additional time to do that.
Now, in March, 21 states sued the Biden administration seeking to have the mandate repealed. In Congress, there is bipartisan opposition to nationwide mandates of any kind.
This has been 2 years. I know. Two years, and we've got to get over this. We got to understand that we want to protect everybody, protect each other, but we can't continue to live life like this. I mean, people are going to go absolutely crazy and bananas.
As we come out of COVID, as hopefully the day will come soon when masks are no longer required because the science says it's safe.
The airline industry has also been very vocal in its criticism of the White House's mask policies. The CDC and health experts say the mandate's needed now to help protect Americans as new COVID cases are on the rise once again across large swathes of the country.
They say that 15 more days will give us a much better sense of whether these cases are leading to severe disease, hospitalizations, and deaths. And I think 15 days is a pretty reasonable amount of time to collect more data and make a more durable decision.
So we're tracking now, Trace, whether the White House's next move is to appeal this decision or to leave it in place. Trace?
And we want to find out about that right now. Jillian Turner, thank you. Let's bring in Jonathan Turley, constitutional attorney and Fox News contributor. Professor, always great to have you on. That really is a simple ruling. They're saying the CDC exceeded its authority. The question everybody wants to know right now is, if I'm getting on a plane in 3 hours, do I need to wear a mask?
Well, this federal judge is declaring the order to be unlawful. And so from the perspective of the court, it's not enforceable. Certainly appealed this. I can't imagine that the White House and Justice Department will leave this to where it is. The judge here really delivered a body blow to the administration and said that, you know, the public has a right to be heard, as does the industry, in opposition to these moratoriums. And the court says you basically just sort of short do any notice or comment. You didn't consider those views. And the court says, I'm willing to accept that wearing masks may reduce emission, but that doesn't mean that you can effectively become yourself. And that is a really tough line, because remember, the CDC lost an earlier case where it did a national moratorium on found that they exceeded their authority.
Yep, it's good stuff. Perspective. We'll move it on to the Pentagon briefing. Thank you, Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, taking questions on Putin's renewed offensive in Ukraine. Watch
where all these battalions, these tactical groups are going. But we have seen over the last few days that they've added now more than 10 to what they already have part of the country. Separate and distinct from that, Bob, we have a concentration of their airstrikes and artillery in the Donbass and in the south, particularly around and in Mariupol. That's where the preponderance of their strike activity has gone. And the fighting in Mariupol, as you guys have all seen, continues. The Ukrainians are still resisting. They continue to pound it from the air and through long-range fires. So it's been just over the last several days, you can continue to see the Russians are doing what we call shaping. They're trying to set the conditions for more aggressive, more overt, and larger ground maneuvers in the Donbass. But again, I would remind, this is an area of the country that has seen fighting over the last 8 years. This is a terrain that both sides understand and know. And the Ukrainians, it's not like they ever left the Donbass and only have been, racing to get there in the last few days. They have been there throughout this invasion and throughout the last 8 years, and they continue to fight very, very strongly for places in the Donbass. And we have seen indications in just the last few years that the Ukrainians not only have defended bravely, but they have been able to secure certain villages and towns in the Donbass. Travis.
I have a question about Ukraine too. U.S. troops training Ukrainians on the howitzers and the radar systems. We've heard that training could start this week. I'm just wondering if there are additional details, like, how many U.S. troops will be involved, where this is going to happen, some details like that, or is this going to be held closely by the Pentagon?
I think we're going to obviously. So let me back up. It is true that we believe we'll be able to begin a process of training Ukrainian armed forces on the howitzers that will be shortly heading over. That training will occur outside of Ukraine. It'll be more of a train the trainers kind of environment. So it'll be a small number of Ukrainians that will be trained on the howitzers, and then they'll be reintroduced back into their country to train their colleagues. I'm not going to get into the locations. It'll be outside of Ukraine. I'm going to refrain right now from talking about who's going to be doing the training and exactly on what timeline. I think as we get closer to things, we may be able to talk a little bit more about it, but there is a plan now that we are beginning to execute, and we think that training can happen in the next several days. Important to remember, Travis, that this is not while this particular new to the Ukrainians, they don't use American howitzers in artillery. They understand how to use artillery, and it will take very long or require much to get them up to speed on American howitzers, an artillery piece. So I've been told is not unlike other artillery pieces, the basic out. We'll just have to get them up to speed on the particulars of. These are 155 howitzers. The Ukrainians typically use 152. It's a different caliber, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be overly laborious to get them. We'll be able to get this training done, round of it in the next several days.
If I could just follow up, obviously the battlefield is very fluid with Mariupol and what's happening in Donbass. But time to talk at all about how this training and the radars could influence the battle, or what capabilities it would give Ukrainians.
The artillery is a specific item that the Ukrainians asked that they expect is going to occur in the Donbass. Again, I've been fighting there for 8 years. There's fighting there today. But the terrain lends itself to the use of artillery, to long range. And we know that the Russians also believe the same. Move artillery units into the Donbass as well. And so we want to give the Ukrainians every bit of advantage that we can. They specifically asked for artillery. We answered that with this recent drawdown package that was just authorized on the 13th. So that was Wednesday of last week. And it's 18 howitzers, 40,000 rounds of artillery, 155 artillery that will go with the howitzers. And look, we'll continue to talk with them. It'll be an iterative conversation, and there may be additional security assistance that comes on top of what we just announced. You didn't ask this, but I think it's important to also point out that authorization from the president was on the 13th. The execute order was issued on the 14th, and on the 15th, 2 days later, the first shipment started arriving in the theater of stuff from that $800 million drawdown package. Now, again, I'm not going to get into the inventory list and exactly what was on that first shipment, but that is unprecedented speed. 48 hours after authorization from the president, first plane was on its way. And there have been subsequent shipments since then, almost a half a dozen, as you and I speak here today, have already arrived in the region. So,
First, the Russians announced that they have bombed a weapons storage facility where some Western weapons were stocked. Can you confirm that?
No, I know that they struck Lviv. They hit targets in Lviv, and I think they also Kyiv over the last couple of days. We don't have a clear sense of battle damage assessment about what they were targeting and what they hit. We don't have any indication that Western aid was targeted and or hit or destroyed. But again, we're still working our way through the BDA, as you will, the battle damage assessment, and I just don't have more for you than that.
To follow up on Bob's question, you said last week that the Russians still had their new battle, that problems. Do you assess that they improved their logistic preparation now and that they could be able to launch?
These appear to be chronic military has had in terms of logistics and sustainment, command and control, unit cohesion, operational maneuver, integration of air to ground, all problems that they still. So it remains to be seen whether they have quote fixed these problems, executing a more efficient way in the Donbass. Our assessment is that they are still struggling with a lot of these problems. Also our assessment is that about shaping operations in the Donbass is because the Russians are trying their mistakes. So in the last few days, we have seen them move in, as I said, command and control enablers, aviation support, largely helicopters, ahead of what would be massive larger ground movements by troops. So it appears as if they are trying to learn from those mistakes, but again, it remains to be seen whether they've actually fixed their problems. We still assess that on many levels and in many ways, they still haven't figured out logistics and sustainment, and they still have command and control problems. But again, it remains to be seen.
You say that the Russians are conducting shaping. The Secretary of the Ukrainian Security Council was on television in Ukraine this morning saying that the active phase has begun. Do you agree with that?
I certainly am nowhere near a position to dispute what the Ukrainians are seeing on the ground. David, they're there. I also said repeatedly that there have been going on in the Donbass since the beginning of this invasion, and in fact, for the last 8 years. So we absolutely have seen it, and we've acknowledged that we've seen it. And defensive operations by both the Russians and the Ukrainians in just there's no question. And I just said a few minutes ago, we've seen the Ukrainians move against Russian positions in certain towns and villages, and we believe that they've been able to re-secure some of those towns and villages in the Donbass. So we're not disputing that there's not combat going on in the Donbass. What we're saying is we still consider what we're saying to be operations, that the Russians are continuing to set conditions for what they believe will be eventual success on the ground by putting in more forces, putting in more enablers, putting in more command and control capability for operations yet to come.
So you believe the Russian offensive in the east has begun?
We believe that the Russians are shaping and setting the conditions for future offensive operations. We also see, David, that there is active combat going on right now in the Donbass, as there has been for the last several weeks. Yeah.
There have been some reports that they've been using cluster munitions. Is that something you guys have seen to be confirmed?
To independently verify the use of cluster munitions. I mean, we've seen the video, of course, the same video that I'm sure you've seen and looked at, but without being on the ground definitively and independently that we can confirm that. Certainly not the images or what others are saying about it. Okay? Jenny, I'll come back to you in a second.
The Washington Examiner. First, has any U.S. aid and secondly, could we get an update on Russia's military capability?
That second one's a big one, Mike. So on the first one, just to remind, what we're doing is helping coordinate of not only U.S. security systems, but security systems provided by many other nations, more than 30. Getting it into Ukrainian hands, getting it into Ukraine methods. And that's as far as I'm going to go in terms of the details on that. And we're confident that that material continues to get into Ukraine. Once it gets into Ukrainian hands, it's up to the Ukrainian armed forces to decide where it goes, what unit gets it, when, where it's stored, if it's stored at all temporarily. That is up to the Ukrainians to decide, not the United States. We're not putting strings on this stuff and telling them that they have to move this by a certain date or get it to a certain unit, that we would not step on their toes in that regard. Our job, get it in the region, get it into Ukraine, and then the Ukrainians use it in the field. As for Russian military capability, that's a very big question, so I'll do the best I can. I mean, we still assess that in general they have the vast majority of their assembled combat power available to them. From what they assembled over the course of the fall and in the early winter months or weeks, they still have a lot of that amassed combat power available to them. They have suffered casualties. They have lost platforms and systems, whether it's aircraft or tanks or armored personnel carriers. You've seen the video yourself. You've seen these destroyed on the side of the road, but they still have quite a bit of capability. They're concentrating that capability in a smaller geographic area, in the Donbass specifically, but also in the south. And so they are trying, as I overcome some of their logistics and sustainment, their interior, if you will. They won't have as far to go in the Donbass to reinforce, resupply, in the Donbass because they have a long border with that part. And they are certainly adding combat capability in that part of Ukraine. It is a smaller, again, piece of ground in over the last 3 to 4 weeks, along 3 access across the entire eastern half of the country. Now they've concentrated it, and they still have a lot of combat power to use earlier terrain they're comfortable with. They've been fighting over the Donbass area now for 8 years. So their commanders, their troops, there's a familiarity with the cities and the towns and the terrain. We're trying to come at Kyiv from the north and Chernihiv up from Crimea into the south. So we would expect that they're going to try again, and the mistakes they made, they're going to try to overcome.
Any change, any big fluctuation within the last week or so, or last short period of time? I know that senior defense official has 80% to 85% in the past couple weeks. Around the same now.
You mean of the amount of combat power they still have available?
Yeah.
Look, I don't want to get into percentages and data here on their combat power from the program. I would just say that the vast majority of their combat power available to them, even with the losses. They had taken time, months to assemble combined army, aviation, armor, artillery, infantry, special operations, airborne. They assembled a lot, and they still have a majority of that available to them, even with the losses that they've sustained in the last few weeks. Yeah, go ahead.
Just following up on what Ms. Brest was hitting at. Could you update us a little bit, if you have any visibility into the mix of troops available? How many are they calling on special forces that they used in Syria? Are they calling up new recruits? What the mix is there in terms of?
Yeah, we don't have a perfect we don't have a perfect sense of their manpower. We know that they have tried to recruit foreign fighters out of Syria. They claim they were going to get 16,000. We don't have a number to tell you that they got that many, but we know that they have actively tried to recruit foreign fighters out of Syria. We know we've seen indications that they have tried to reinforce their troop levels from other parts of Russia, countries outside of Russia and outside of Ukraine. We know that they are refitting and resupplying and trying to put some battalion tactical groups that were in the north that they have evacuated out of Ukraine into Belarus and into Russia. We still believe that there's a not insignificant number of battalion tactical groups that they're trying to refit to come back in. And we know that have added to their battalion tactical groups in the east and in the south. Again, we don't know exactly where all these units are, when they were reintroduced, but we know they have levels in the east and in the south.
And just one other, the bombardment of Lviv, is that any sort of, could we read that as an indication that they have ambitions to go farther west?
Yeah, they've struck before. I wouldn't call it a bombardment. We noted at least one airstrike in Lviv over the last few days. And I can't get inside the Russian mindset here and tell you what exactly they believe they were striking and with what intent. As I told Sylvie, we're still trying to assess it ourselves as best we can. We're not there on the ground, so we don't know perfectly what they hit or what the intent was. But clearly they struck out at Lviv and they struck out in Kyiv over the course of the weekend. But most, and I think this is important to remember, most of their airstrike activity and artillery strikes are happening in the east and in the south, specifically Mariupol. Barb.
Just to go backwards, Russia for a minute, you mentioned that you believe they are still having logistics sustainment and command and control issues, even as they put these enablers in forward positions.
We don't believe they have overcome all of their challenges in those regards.
You offer indicators or evidence that lead you to that conclusion?
I think one indicator is that they named this new general, Dvornikov, to take overall command of their forces in Ukraine. They didn't have a single overall operational commander before. What we believe that part of that is because they want to improve command and control and to try to get more efficient in their logistics and sustainment capabilities.
They still haven't gotten there.
Again, our assessment is that they still have significant challenges when it comes to command and control and logistics and sustainment.
Or if in fact they're just devastating areas with artillery and long-range airstrikes.
I think it does, and you don't have to look any further than what happened in Chernihiv and Kyiv and down in the south to see that it does absolutely matter. Logistics and sustainment, command and control, unit cohesion, operational maneuver, air-to-ground integration, all that still matters. The airstrikes alone were not enough to help them take Kyiv.
Can I ask you about the peculiar situation at Green Village in Syria? First, CENTCOM puts out a statement saying, of course, that Green Village, where U.S. troops are located in northeastern Syria, came under direct fire attack. Presumably rockets or mortars. Several days go by. We then are told that there's a statement, if you go on their website, that says, no, that was wrong, that explosives were deliberately placed at Green Village where U.S. troops are. It seems very odd that the military, CENTCOM, was not transparent on this matter to let people know that U.S. troops were victimized by what they assessed to be deliberately placed explosives. Can you tell us what the situation is right now? Is there, how are you investigating this? Is there really video that people say there is? Some person seen on video running around the base. What do you think happened there, and why was it so strangely handled?
Well, there's an awful lot there. Let's just start with the basics, Barb. It is still under investigation. And as we learn more, we want to share what we can. We're not able to always share everything, but we try to share what we can. As they dug into it more, they realized that the first reports, no shock, right? First reports try this again using my native language. First reports are usually wrong, and in this case it was. That wasn't a result of indirect fire. Now they now believe that it was the deliberate placement of a couple of charges on the actual facility. They're still looking at this, still investigating it. I would refer you to CENTCOM to speak to how that investigation is going and what the progress is. I don't have an update for you from the podium today. So we'll see what they learn going forward, but that's the going assumption right now, is the deliberate placement of a couple of charges. I don't know anything about video surveillance and whether it was caught on video or not. Again, I'd refer you to them to speak to that. And we don't know, certainly not at our level, have a sense of who placed these charges, how many were there, what was the motivation, what was behind this. We just, the intention, we just don't know that right now. Yeah. Well, there was 4 individuals, 4 U.S. service members who were treated for traumatic brain injury. What I have been told today is that they have been returned to duty, or I'm sorry, either will be soon or they have been returned to duty status. That they, but they'll be, obviously, because we take TBI so seriously, and they'll continue to be evaluated by TBI. Can sometimes take a while to manifest itself, so we're taking that very seriously. But my understanding is that they can either have been returned to duty. Yeah, in the back there. Jamie, I'll get to you in a second. Russia, Ukraine stuff, but
yeah. So talking about Syria, placing charges or explosive devices is in the militias. There are some insider kind of threat to the U.S. base over there?
Well, clearly there's a concern about some. Assumption is now that they were deliberate placement of charges in. That's a concern.
Who is with the U.S. forces down there in that base?
I refer you to CENTCOM. I don't have the laydown of everybody that's at party today.
On Ukraine. Yeah, we have heard from this building several times that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has changed the security architecture fundamentally in Europe. All these failures of the Russian military, is this still the do you think that Russia is still a big threat to the European security?
We continue to believe that the European security and will stay changed. Putin's willingness to conduct an unprovoked invasion of a neighboring state. Their failures notwithstanding, that war is still ongoing. Security assistance, even as you and I are talking here today, themselves. So of course we assess that the security environment is changed. Not has changed, not will change, is changed. And so we're going to continue to have a department with allies and partners about what the for our posture going forward. I don't have any answers for you today. We haven't made any decisions. We're not going to make any decisions without full consultation with allies and partners, but we're absolutely okay.
Learning from its failed efforts in the north, but also saying that they're still having these command and control issues. So are they learning from what happened in the north? What are we seeing?
That they are trying to learn from past mistakes. Just the way they're conducting these shaping operations. They're conducting themselves in ways that we didn't see them around Kyiv, for instance. They're trying to learn. Now, whether they will be successful in doing that, I just don't think we're ready to say that right now. I think it's too soon to know.
More, if I may, on cyber attacks, I wanted to ask you if you're seeing any command and control, and how is the U.S. going to respond if are hit by cyber attacks?
So you're asking if we have suffered any cyber attacks as a result of a couple of the DoD infrastructure cyberspace every single day by a plethora of different actors out there. It's something that we have to be cognizant of resiliency every single day. Do I about a specific cyber attack based on, from Russia or Russia state actors as a result of Ukraine? No, I'm not.
Over the weekend, here's Russia using nuclear weapons, the military intelligence. He says that he thinks Putin's bluffing. What's the U.S. assessment on that possibility that Putin would use it?
We noted with concern, as we said at the time, use escalatory rhetoric with respect to nuclear weapons at the very outset of this war. It certainly got our attention. And we said at the time that kind of rhetoric coming from a nuclear power, clearly not constructive and warranted us taking it seriously. Number two, and I've said this before, I'll say it again, but I'm not going to talk about the details of our strategic deterrent. But the secretary we're watching this every single day. We monitor it as best we can. He remains confident in our strategic deterrent posture and our ability to defend the homeland as well as our allies and partners from a strategic deterrence perspective. And that's really where I'm going to leave it. Jared from Mount Monitor.
Thank you.
The last question, Danny.
Thanks, Don. North Korea. And I asked the president there for and the North Korea has fired new tactical guidance weapons yesterday. What is the U.S. reaction from you?
We're still analyzing these launches, Jenny. I don't have a lot of detail for you today. Obviously, we're still trying to assess what exactly happened here.
How does it depend on evaluating North Korea's nuclear warhead missiles? It's a willing to strike the United States man.
I think what I would say, Jane, is North Korea continues to pursue a ballistic missile program and nuclear capabilities that at least we think they believe will help intimidate and threaten our allies and partners in the region, and that includes the rest of the Korean Peninsula. Many of these capabilities, some of the ones that they've tested, are in direct violation of UN Security Council resolutions. We continue to call on North Korea to cease these provocations, and we consider them provocations, and to be willing to sit down in good faith and have a diplomatic discussion about how we denuclearize the Korean Peninsula, which is our goal. In the meantime, we have significant security commitments on the peninsula as well as in the region. The Republic of Korea is a treaty ally, so is Japan. So who we're meeting with today. We have significant treaty obligations, and we take those obligations seriously. You just saw, I think, today, a command post exercise that is a semi-annual one. It's a command post, no live fire, no live movement of forces, but it's a semi-annual command post we just kicked off today. That's I think, a tangible representation of how seriously we take our responsibilities there. And we're going to continue to do that going forward. The other thing, the last thing, we have said repeatedly that we're willing to sit down with Pyongyang, no preconditions, to begin to have discussions about the denuclearization of the peninsula. And today, rather than showing any willingness to sit down and talk and use diplomacy, the North continues to. Again, on this latest one, we're still analyzing it. I just don't have any more detail.
North Korea didn't want to come up and talking with the United States. How can you make it North Korean Peninsula?
We still believe here at the Department of Defense that the best way to pursue the denuclearization of the peninsula is through diplomacy. And the Biden administration has made it clear we're willing to sit down without preconditions to try to affect that outcome. And Pyongyang has answered only with more tests.
Diplomacy is not one.
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals. We believe diplomacy is the best path forward here. In the meantime, we have serious security commitments to our South Korean allies, and we're meeting those. We're making them tangible. We're making them real. This that just kicked off today is a good example. Okay, thanks everybody. Gotta go.
So there you have the Pentagon briefing by Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby. Just to bring you up to speed on what's happening, there are reports that President Zelensky's chief of staff, his spokesperson, in essence, has said that the second major assault in the region by the Russians has begun. John Kirby was asked about that. He would not confirm that. He also would not dispute that, saying that there has been fighting in the Donbass region now for 8 years. He did confirm that the U.S. He said more artillery, meaning howitzers with 40,000 rounds of artillery to that region in fairly quick succession. Talked about is the fact that there is a big wants to control the Donbass area, move on down toward Mariupol, where the fighting is still very heavy, and then build a land bridge into Crimea. We should also point out that in attacks in Lviv and Kharkiv, and those apparently are strikes that John Kirby believes may continue in the days ahead. Meantime, the illegal border crossings hitting the highest level since President Biden took office, stopping more than 221,000 migrants in March. That is the most in more than 2 decades. Now, the number is expected to surge even when the Biden administration is set to lift Title 42, which lets agents turn away migrants because of the COVID pandemic. The combination of these got away, now on track to top 1.5 just this year. National correspondent Bill Malugin is live from the border in Eagle Pass, Texas. Bill.
Trace, good afternoon to you. Learned that there were at least 23 known encountered here at the southern border last year. We're learning this through an official CBP record we got through a Freedom of Information Act request. We'll get right to that. Looking at right now are a map of TSDB hits. Those are terrorist screening database, which is put together by the FBI. And what you're seeing are different TSDB hits in Border Patrol sectors. 4 in San Diego sector, 2 in Tucson, 3 in El Paso, 4 in Del 4 in the Rio Grande Valley sector, again adding up to a total of 23. But keep in mind, those are only the ones they know about, only the ones they caught. File video of past runners here at the border will explain why that is so significant. There were more than 400,000 known gotaways last year, and this year, in the last 6 months, CBP sources tell us there have been more than 300,000 gotaways. So former ICE Director Tom Homan says, look, it is essentially a statistical certainty that there are going to be some bad apples mixed in with these huge groups of people who are evading our border agents while they're busy processing and doing paperwork. Take a listen.
If anybody out there thinks that none of that 800,000, not a single one, enter this country from a country that sponsors terrorism to do us harm, then they're ignorant. They're ignorant to the facts.
In the meantime, mass releases of migrants continue. Take a look at this video we shot this morning right here in Eagle Pass, Texas. We saw busload after busload after busload. The same thing happening on repeat. Several hundred migrants being mass released to a local NGO here. They're released from federal custody, some with government-issued cell phones or ankle monitors for tracking, others with no tracking whatsoever when it's a parole release. But these mass releases have been taking place every single day in multiple places all along the border, not just here in the Del Rio sector, but also down in the Rio Grande Valley. And Trace, back out here live, we have one of our roving cameramen follow some of the migrants after they were picked up in vans by the NGO, some of them heading straight up a few hours away to San Antonio Airport, where they will travel further into the United States. We'll send it back to you.
Incredible. Bill Bellucci, live for us down on the border. Bill, thank you. Let's bring in Tommy Lara on Fox Nation and Matt Bennett, co-founder of Third Way, a national center-left think tank. Thank you both for coming on. I want to play this. This is, it's a quote. This is from Democratic Senator Mark Kelly from Arizona, fight in his Senate race. He said the following: the administration hasn't even prepared, and they don't have a plan for what to expect. Lifting Title 42 without a plan, without additional resources, without the money for buses or a plan for drivers and facilities to house folks, it's going to be a crisis. It's not a very humanitarian thing to do. Matt, I mean, these are Democrats, and we can play you other sound bites from other Democrats down there who are absolutely, furious that Title 42 is being lifted.
That's right, and I think Senator Kelly is correct that we definitely need a plan for the lifting of Title 42, but we need to be very clear about something. Title 42 is not.
I see the headlines talking about we have nearly 2 dozen known or suspected terrorists who have been caught apprehended at the border. That's not the headline in my headline is if you had 1.5 million come in, how many would not come? How many fentanyl doses were not apprehended? Well, when they say entering in trucks, 99% of the fentanyl was found
Instead of eventually that was traced to beautiful market backpacks that people come across between those countries. So the problem is that we don't have you can have a money and monitor all of the stuff from the 4th century. We got $236 million for that in the infrastructure bill, much more than the weekends. And so let's be clear about where the funds are coming from. The other thing to consider is that yes, in order to have people coming across the southern border, and in order to have people coming to the United States airports and elsewhere, they know that the terrorists in London come through the southern border. So we have to be clear that this is a big problem, but it isn't a problem that's really about terrorism or drugs. It's about it might be about terrorism or drugs. We don't know the level of terrorism crossing the border. We don't know where exactly all the terrorists coming across the border is coming from. We have a major crossing at the border, but there are also people with backpacks filled with drugs crossing the border, and they catch them every single day. So to say it's only coming through one port of entry or 10 ports of entry is saying
Same thing on both sides. Support.
Fruits and vegetables are integral to any healthy diet. But why do so few Americans actually eat the recommended servings of produce every day? It's because anything with a much produce daily. Many doctors recommend that you eat at least 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day. Even processed plus juicing without whole fruit other parts of the foods that are dense in nutrients you need to stay healthy. Balance of nature is the best way you can get the recommended servings of fruits and vegetables every day without eating a mountain of produce. By taking balance of nature, you are giving your body all the nutrients it needs to increase your cell vitality. Start your journey with the best fruit and vegetable product on the market right now. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. Shipping is always free, and don't forget, get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News. I got a call from some scammer who had the nerve to ask for my Medicare number. I was not born yesterday.
From Afghanistan, the president's numbers have started to tank, and it's been almost a layer cake of problems on top of this. As crime exploded, immigration exploded, inflation exploded, and now imports have dropped to about which of course, once it's below 40, you really can't get reelected, and only the something in the 30s, is disastrous.
Yeah, it's not only things that John has laid out, and Mark has laid out pretty good argument. you take control of these things and say, okay, we're going to handle it. We're not going to dismiss it, we're going to handle it.
Well, having worked closely with the president for many years, you really got to tackle problems as they occur. You can't say, hey, it's not my responsibility. Frankly, being part of the solution or part of the problem. And I think tax and spending is seen as part of the inflation problem. Weakness in foreign affairs is seen as part of the economy problem. Policy is radically broken, it's seen as a problem on the border. So you got to reverse some of these policies. You got to come back and compromise. You got to really change it up and pivot. I know that's what President Clinton did. Is this going to happen now? Is it going to happen after disaster midterms or not at all?
Great to have you both on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brings that after a renewed onslaught of attacks in cities. I think it's really well just outside the capital city, showing dozens of freshly dug graves. Senator Steve Daines just returned from the region. He is the first U.S. official to visit Ukraine since the war began. He is standing by. Ukrainians were back in operation in Ukraine. The State Department says it's not really affecting the way we are, doing our job by not having diplomats. I've got 10 seconds left. Well, first of all, this war will not end until we get a legal aid in Ukraine to win. The humanitarian crisis war fighters going on as we stand here, sit here talking about right now. We've got to get the legal aid that Zelensky wants in as quickly as possible so Ukraine can win this war. Senator Steve Davis from Montana, sir, thank you for coming on. We appreciate it. Thank you. Well, that is the story of Monday, April 18th, 2022. But as always, the story goes on. Martha is back tomorrow. I'm Tracy Allen in Los Angeles. Your world starts
No plan to address inflation. It's always a huge problem. It's the number one issue with polls. Everyone thinks costs are too high. Costs are too high. And oftentimes, we're kind of elusive about what our own plans are, and whether they're good enough, or whether they're protecting us enough, or what have you. And really, if you look at the other side, there's nothing. Can't fix it. Reining in government spending.
Canceling student debt could be more expensive, hiking taxes. Democrats typically fund their next move ahead of the election. Reaction now from Iowa Republican Senator Chuck Grassley, and he sits on the Finance and Budget Committee. Senator, thank
I put ice cream on top of spicy stuff, so ice cream will cool it down. Come on, ice cream. You know what? Come on. Ice cream.
Underneath our feet and didn't know how to drill for it. Another scheme. I want to get your opinion on this. Now, the notion is if $1.5 trillion is owed, then it doesn't have to be paid back. It would somehow find its way into the economy. It's fraud in many ways, but certainly it's a hot way to say this is inflation, which is caused by too much government spending and purchasing. Well, it's payback, you'll find its way into the economy as well. So, Charles, where do you begin paying off debt? If you're going to relieve student debt, are you going to relieve the debts of some low-income people on their cost of living, or their finances, or their bank? Where does it end? That's a slippery slope. Besides, if you do assume debt, you've got to have some responsibility for paying that off. That's humane, and I think when it comes to education, everybody on the have some skin in the game. If you're going to do that. There's an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal quoting the co-founder president, had yet to pass Bill Pass better the way the president wanted to. We had 25% inflation rather than 9 or 10%. And that's an astonishing number. What do you think of that?
Well, I think he's an outstanding executive of a very good company, does a lot of good for our economy. I think we're beginning to hear economists say we're already in stagflation. Now, that's language from Carter presidency. high inflation and a bad economy. Now, the bad hasn't started right yet, but some economists say we're on that road right now and we don't know. Maybe it's just like transitory inflation. Maybe we're having transitory, and then in a few weeks we'll realize it's the real stagflation. Yeah, it's a painful thing. We have gone through it since the 1970s. A lot of hopefully we will skirt that. I want to ask you about some news for the Hurricane One. The United States District Court, Middle District of Florida, Tampa Division, essentially striking down President Biden's mask mandate. The court concludes that the mask mandate exceeds the CDC statutory authority and violates the procedures required for agency rulemaking under the do you think this is sad? Well, I'm sure. Injunction nationwide, so it's the same thing. 53, 54, that said mass the mandate should go away anyway. That was in. Of course, Olson's not going to take that out. A different sort of presidency, where somehow we unite the nation. And maybe I'm a sucker. I always want to believe that's going to happen. Maybe I have too much faith in politicians, and on either side, but it never seems to happen. In fact, it seems to be getting precipitously worse. Why is that? Are you just talking about partisanship, or are you talking about a promise that Biden may keep? Well, I'm talking about the promise that the president made to what's happening in this nation. The way we were fractured significant, very fractured, and it happens on every single subject, every single topic. It's very rare we talk about would you as a journalist believe me when I say that controversy makes news? First of all, I want to admit I agree with you. There's too much partisanship, but there's not quite as much as people think, because journalists always want to talk about the fighting that goes on in the world. Okay, just like Republicans don't talk. I'm sorry, let me cut in, because we're going to go to the White House. But briefly, we're going to hear about the mask mandates.
Right now, the Department of Homeland Security will be implementing, and the CDC are reviewing the decision, and of course the Department of Justice will be making the determinations about the regulation. Secretary of Russia is expecting to virtually attend meetings beyond that World Bank history. That's appropriate given the actions in Ukraine and how international organizations treat law. The President has made clear that he does not believe we should be operating as business as usual. He's made clear that his concern about their participation in the G20. I also know that our representative there, the Secretary of Treasury, has made clear that she does not plan to attend events or meetings that the Russian administration provides determinations beyond that. Start producing and do things that have all the resources. Today's action mentioned that for everybody injunction that we continue to appeal, and it's not on my one, we need to move toward the clean energy economy, which we strongly believe in, but also because there are 9,000 permits unused on these lands that could be tapped into by and we don't feel they are needed. In terms of how long it will take to get us drilling, because of this court action, I don't have an assessment on that from here. I would just think that we are going to continue to fight this court injunction that is forcing our hand and allowing us to proceed, even as we have taken actions to reduce by 80% the areas to lease and impose stringent environmental standards. The president has promised to slash greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. The director also leading remarks to curtail them. Congress, as we know, has yet to many of your climate proposals. Is the president's ambitious climate change goal and agenda still achievable, or are these new leases that undercut that pledge?
Well, again, these are not in line with our policy or the president's view.
Policy or not, this is the situation that you're in.
It is, and we're going to continue, there's obviously we're going to continue to fight this legal action. But I would say that, the president remains committed to addressing kind of the colors that he came in and ran on as president, and he will continue to fight for. One of the reasons that this was so troubling to him is because he is so committed to that justice as president, and we continue to propose a historic investment in addressing the climate crisis, something that we will continue to discuss with Congress. So there are a lot of ways to get there, that we will continue to work with Congress to take actions, but he has also not hesitated to take actions himself. There is also authorities to take actions to help our climate.
So are you so confident that goal is achievable?
We are continuing to pursue it, and we're going to continue to do everything we can to reach it.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy saying President Putin probably would have backed off an invasion of Ukraine if President Biden had shifted weapons to Ukraine sooner. Does the president feel like she
Well, first, just for fact sake, we sent a record amount of security assistance to Ukraine during President Biden's first year in office, more than any other president in history. And we shared a significant amount of intelligence with Ukraine